to Pirates Baseball on the Pirates Radio Network.
The ball game is over, and this game is over. And the ball game is over.
Now, it's time for your reaction on the Pirates Fan Reaction Show. The Og Murphy and Prikoski Fan Reaction Show is presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration and is brought to you by Bellman Electric, Sir Grout, Hampton Beer Outlet, Guardian Protection, NJM Insurance, Keystone Custom Apparel, Veteran Basement Waterproofing, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, and Og Murphy and Prikoski Law Firm. We're all in.
And this will do it, and the ball game is over.
The Fan Reaction Show is on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The pitch is swung out and hit into left for a base hit. Mitchell will be waved. Here's Reynolds' throw. Mitchell is in. RBI single. Andrew Vaughn, just like that. Brewers lead 5-2.
And they go on to win it by a 5-2 score. And, well, if this feels like a low point of the season, having lost 11 of their last 15 games for the Pittsburgh Pirates, I'm here to confirm that as a statistical fact. 3 under 500. Pirates lose their 60th of the year. They're 57 and 60 on the 2026 season. And that's right, 11 out of 15 the Pirates have lost. And this is right after they were essentially there sitting inside the three teams, at least tied for third place in that wild card on July the 20th. And my, how things have changed, and my, how this season has taken a turn for the worst. 7-13 since the All-Star break, but even before that, the Pirates leaking a little bit of oil. And this road trip, 4 games in Cincinnati, 4 games in Milwaukee, all against the National League Central Division. It was nothing short of an unmitigated disaster as they go 2-6, and it's awfully sobering for a club that was a buyer earlier in the week at the trade deadline, that comported themselves as a postseason contender, is now sitting in last place in the National League Central Division. The Cincinnati Reds are ahead of the Pirates in the standings. Welcome in. Post-game coverage, Og Murphy and Prikoski, presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. I'm Dan Zangerly with you. It kind of just stands on its own merits. Do I need to continue to pile on over these 11 losses in their last 15 games? We've said our piece. We've taken our liberties. It's a matter of whether or not the team wants to respond. 45 games remain. Yes, you have 12 of those 45 games against the clubs that are now in front of you. I suppose you put Cincinnati in the picture there. I guess they'll be facing the Reds before too long, but you have 3 left with the Marlins, 3 left with the Padres, 6 left with the St. Louis Cardinals, and again, 3 left with the Cincinnati Reds, if I'm not mistaken. No, I'm sorry. They're done with the Reds. Nevertheless, I guess you could maybe try at some point, but that was yesterday, right, to be able to get this thing going. And much of the same. Pirates offense, listless, held to 2 runs each of the last 3 games. After grabbing the first game of this series by a 4-3 score, they dropped 3 of 4 to the best club in baseball, the Milwaukee Brewers. We'll take your phone calls. 866-391-1020 is the number. We'll hear from the manager, Don Kelly, before the 5:30 news at the bottom of the hour. So stay with us, be part of the program if you'd like. But right now we head to Milwaukee at American Family Field, checking in with Kevin Young, who called this one alongside Joe Block. He's brought to us by Veteran Basement Waterproofing in Bethel Park. KY, we were on the air last night on the Fan, and we said no better time than the present, I think. We looked at a number of ways that this thing could get going, but I also asked you about the line of demarcation. How many teams have to be in front of you? How many games back do you have to be before this thing is essentially over? And I guess we don't know, but today did no favors in helping the cause, did it?
Oh, it definitely did. I mean, I think all you can do at a certain point, you get to the trade deadline, you do the thing that you wanted to accomplish more than anything, which is strengthen your bullpen. Obviously, that was a focal point. But it can't address all the issues that you have. It can address the one that you felt you needed, and that's what the Pirates have done. Obviously, the glaring part is the offense. It is an offense that, for the most of the season, has been really, really good at producing runs. We've seen that in different stretches, but it's also been an offense that you had guys that have been able to do things that not as natural. When you have a Jake Mangum come in and just really dominate in that leadoff spot, hitting over a 300 clip while doing it. You have Esmeralda Valdez that come in and ends up being a rookie of the month. I mean, these are grandioso type of impacts off of guys that were unexpected to fill in. And I guess the key word is fill in. And so when you're missing a Ryan O'Hearn in the middle of your lineup and the 60-plus RBIs, almost 70 RBIs that you have from guys like that, or O'Neal Cruz, Connor Griffin, you're missing the speed and the power from those individuals. You're only going to be able to hold down the fort for so long. And right now, like you said, Brian Reynolds is scuffling a little bit. Brandon Lau is continuing to try to do what he can do to carry some of that load. But it wears you down over the course of time. And so you have to get these guys back. I think O'Neal Cruz rehab maybe coming up in the next, 48 hours or so. Get him back on the field in a Pirate uniform and see if he can pick up and add a little boost to this offense. But if you can't get that going right now, it's going to be a tough struggle to see yourselves running off 30 out of the next 15. Going 30 and 15 over the next 45 games is a stretch, and that's what ultimately you feel like you almost have to do.
Yeah, that's a big old steep hill, a mountain, in fact, and really everything that you kind of laid out there. Kevin Young, former Pirates first baseman, broadcasting alongside Joe Block today. It begs the question as, okay, yeah, the Pirates were very aggressive in trying to address the glaring need in the bullpen, but it was also pretty apparent that there could have been some offensive reinforcements, especially right-handed hitting, that were not necessarily a want, but as we've learned here over these past 15 games especially, instead a need that just unfortunately was not addressed.
Well, I don't think that, you could really address it. I think what really hurt was the fact that you got so close to the trade deadline, and then you had the Ryan O'Hearn injury, You knew Spencer Horwitz was on the cusp of coming back. So in your mind, you're thinking, okay, we're getting Spencer back in the lineup, and that's your professional bat, a run-producing bat. Eventually, a week or 10 days after that, you'll be getting O'Neal Cruz back. So the thought of adding on offense really wasn't a focal point. And then you also got to think about if you're strengthening the bullpen, it comes at some type of expense. It didn't hurt us as much. I thought we wanted to trade by strengthening the bullpen for the next year or two, really. And then, but you have to, where are you going to get that? You can't go too much deeper into your system because you haven't created enough depth to trade with, to have some type of value of impact. And so, I don't think that the offense was that far stretched. I think you look at our offense, if you could put our number one offense out on the field right now, you'd like to think you may be able to go 30 and 15 for the remainder of the season. That's how good, of offensive players that we have. They just have not yet been on the field at the same time for the last couple of months.
Yeah, and it is, you can say what you want about the injury, but, some guys, especially in this series in particular, Mangum was on base twice. He had a hit, but was 2 for 12 coming into the series. Nick Gonzalez was on fire, but was 5 for 27 coming into this game on the road trip. He had a couple of knocks. And, of course, Brian Reynolds continues to scuffle, and if he's not going to get right in Milwaukee, where he has a career .945 OPS, where is he going to get right, KY?
And I agree. That's the unfortunate thing about, the makeup of this ball club. It can hit the long ball. It can show those type of things, but it needs to be able to produce runs, throughout the course of the game and throughout the course of the lineup. We saw exactly what it looks like with the Milwaukee Brewers. Give me an instance. How do you score without the long ball? They had a couple solo home runs, but they were able to turn a walk into a wild pitch into a deep fly ball for an advancement, and then a sacrifice fly for a run. Those are the type of things you have to do to continue to add on runs throughout a game. And right now, the Pirates, the bats, the high strikeout totals and things of that nature keep you from doing that. And we had the second game of this road trip, the Pirates were 6 for 13 with runners in scoring position. But other than that, it was very skinny. You didn't have too much. They went 14 for 52 overall with runners in scoring position. And like I said, 6 for 13 all came in that second game. And so that tells you, it has been a struggle, and it's hit everybody at the same time.
Kevin Young is with us. Your assessment of Braxton Ashcraft, did he do anything to take steps forward after a fairly solid start his last time out?
Yeah, I do believe so. I think his last start, he went 5 innings with 5 strikeouts and gave up a run. But, it was very similar to what Braxton typically does. He attacks the strike zone. He'll give up, a long ball here and there, but they were solo home runs. So you can live with that. The tough part is that leadoff walk. I mean, obviously, that's the one that's going to eat out of a 4-pitch leadoff walk. Yeah. At the Brewers, at this ballpark, you cannot give free passes. And then, obviously, the play, with Nick Gonzalez, later in the game, that plays a big part of it, because that's the runner that needs to be stranded out there with 2 outs. And instead of that ball being knocked down or the play being made, it ends up kicking out in the outfield. And so it's just those type of plays that you just cannot give to teams like the Brewers, because they just abuse it and take advantage of it. And next thing you know, you're losing 1, 2, 3-run games based off of them just continuing to put that pressure on you.
Yep, it's the little things, and they haven't done that in better part of 2 weeks, having lost 11 of 15. Kevin, appreciate you, man. Thanks so much. Safe travels, and we'll catch you soon here, okay?
That sounds good. Look forward to see you. All right, Dan.
All right, there he goes, Kevin Young, Pirates broadcaster, former Bucco first baseman, on the heels and aftermath of a 5-2 loss to the Milwaukee Brewers. Pittsburgh, after dropping 3 of 4 in Cincinnati, drops 3 of 4 at American Family Field today, falling by 3 runs. A 2-8 road trip, 11 losses in their last 15 games. And it was all right at the crossroads of the season when they were sitting right there in a 2-way tie for that third and final wild card spot on July 20th. They took a right turn, and they took this thing off-road. And it appears that they've flipped the vehicle over on their 2026 season. They are now a season-worst 3 games under 500, sitting at 57 and 60 after the Brewers take it to them yet again this afternoon. We invite you to stay tuned. Coming up, we'll have our Hampton Beer Outlet State Your Case at 866-391-1020. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. You could drive a little, save a lot right now, even though it's pushing 90 degrees. They've got Oktoberfest and the pumpkin beers at Hampton Beer Outlet, the best prices around. So, 866-391-1020, that's the phone number. Give us a call, weigh in on the Pirates season, what little it appears at this moment that is remaining of it. Dan Zangerly with you here on the Og Murphy and Perkoski postgame show, all presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Your phone calls plus the postgame remarks from manager Don Kelly from his office are coming up next here on KDKA.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Og, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Og, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You're listening to the Og Murphy and Prikoski Fan Reaction Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
2-2. Swinging a fly ball to the left of center. Mitchell on his horse. And he'll have to watch it get out of here. Home run the other way. Brandon Lau hits one out to left.
And that was our play of the game. Brought to you by Sir Grout, your local grout stone restoration specialist. Sir Grout innovative cleaning and restoration methods. Thanks for joining us here on KDKA Radio, the Og Murphy and Prikoski post-game show after the Pirates fall to the Milwaukee Brewers by a 5-2 score. Dan Zangerly with you. Our phone number is 866-391-1020. Don Kelly's comments after the Bucks drop 3 of 4 in Milwaukee, finished this 8-game road swing with a 2-8 record. They have managed to drop 11 of their last 15 games. Let's go ahead at 412-928-9370. Open up the phone lines. We'll begin. Mike in Oakland is on KDKA. Mike, go ahead. Actually, Logan, yeah, go ahead, Mike. You're on the air.
Hi, can you hear me?
On the air. Go ahead.
Yes. I just want to say, as a longtime Pirates fan, I'm just fed up at this point. I mean, I think, there's so much Ben Cherington has done wrong, and I feel like it continued into this season. I mean, he could have upgraded the bullpen and made an effort back in June, a couple months ago, instead of getting guys like Eisert and Marinaccio and Stratton. I mean, get some real bullpen arms that could, while the offense was clicking, and we wouldn't be nearly in this kind of situation right now. And then, as you mentioned, to Kevin Young, and he disagreed, but I mean, O'Hearn was out. You need a right-handed bat. I mean, make some moves. Like, I just don't feel like Cherington has any kind of competitive edge. He just waits and waits to the last minute, very methodical. And year 7 of his tenure, that doesn't work, right? So that's one issue. Then you've got this pitching coach, Bill Murphy. I feel like any serious organization, if they had a top 5 staff last year and most of the pitchers have returned, and now you're seeing a complete tank job and they're all horrible and have gotten, I mean, they've regressed. And why is he still a pitching coach? Why don't they make a move and say, we're not satisfied, get rid of him, maybe promote in the interim someone from the minors to take over? I mean, anyone at this point would be better than Bill Murphy, because he literally, in my opinion, made pretty much every pitcher on this team worse. Whatever he's teaching or coaching, it's not working, okay? It's just not. And then the last thing I want to say is, I've just had enough of Don Kelly also. I mean, he knows that Nick Gonzalez cannot play third base, at least right now. He's making errors. He can't throw the ball well to first base. So he puts him back in again, and of course an error comes. I mean, Ozuna's now gone. So why don't they DH Gonzalez for a few games? Stop putting him at third base when he continuously costs the Pirates runs. And then you're watching the bases. He's running. They're making outs on the bases, like lack of fundamentals. I mean, it's little league stuff. And that's a reflection on the manager. So, there's a reason why Pat Murphy has won Manager of the Year in 24 and 25 and is on pace to win 96 games or more this year. And you have a guy like Kelly. I just think he's over his head, and the team is just tanking now, collapsing. And I would just hope that they just continue to lose, because I don't want to see them go 500 the rest of the way, and they're not going to make the playoffs, and they'll finish with like 78 wins. Let them tank. So maybe Ben Sherrington can get fired, and they could bring in a whole new regime and get this organization on track. That's all I have to say. Thanks, Dan.
Well, that was quite a bit. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. 866-391-1020. Let's go out to Kevin, who is in the car. Kevin, you're on the Og Murphy and Perkoski postgame show after the Pirates fall to the Brewers again, 5-2.
Hey, Dan, that guy really emptied the tank, didn't he?
Left nothing on the field.
No, he really didn't. And you know what? He's right. I've been telling my friends, even though I'm an eternal optimist, that they should have addressed these bullpen issues a lot earlier in the season, because it was just bleeding into the club. The starters having to score a lot of runs, so frustrating to watch them. And I was at multiple games at PNC where they were blowing these leads, and it's just demoralizing. And, to make all these moves now is great, but I think it was just too late. Obviously, we've had some injuries. Paul Skeens hasn't been Paul Skeens. But, I mean, if you're serious about winning and your bullpen is that bad, you've got to address it early. You can't wait till the trade deadline so you can make the best deal. And do you agree?
Oh, I've been on the record as saying as much. They needed to be locked and loaded right as this stretch begun. And they weren't. So they took on, in my estimation, a little too much water, and now they're trying to, get rolling here. I just don't think there's going to be enough runway for them to, number one, get everybody healthy offensively, which, at least of late, has been the reason. The rent tab has come due. All of the Cinderella's had her moments in the sun, whether it was Jake Mangum on his little stretches, and of course, all of the magic is gone with the magician and as Merlin Valdez. He sat today because he was one of his last 20, and he was really floating this thing offensively while the Pirates pitching was blowing leads in the game. They were, winning 7-6 ball games to just kind of keep their nose above water, and other players were hitting well. You had Tyler Callahan for a few moments. You had even Jacob Gonzalez hit a homer or two to help you out in some of these games. And, of course, Ryan O'Hearn going down kind of was the real backbreaker, and I don't think it's really any coincidence that things really have started to kind of go off the rails since he was removed from the lineup. But, yes, to your point, I have been on the record in saying that, there was a lot of games that were lost in June that you otherwise could have squirreled away and had at least a little more equity for a bit of a tailspin or a slide that you go in, that it doesn't sting as much, that you don't lose as much ground. Because even, whatever capacity you were before the moves were being made, you were still just right there on the precipice, the maybe not, and then the O'Hearn injury just sinks you. Making moves earlier obviously would have helped this club. They should have been far more aggressive as the Cubs, who I think really seriously comport themselves as a contender, and they were acting like that. Their actions, more so than just the words, and some last-minute moves were really done it's the action that at the end of the day matters. They go out, they get David Peterson because they had some serious issues in their starting rotation. They go out, and even though it's a minor move, they go out and get Aaron Savali. He was going to be a swingman guy, use him in the bullpen. I mean, not that they're necessarily world beaters, big-time needle movers, but what they did do is they said, we have some serious need here. We are hemorrhaging in this particular area. And they didn't wait until the deadline or the last 2 hours before they really started, making moves. Now, you give them credit in that they got the best reliever on the market to address their bullpen needs, but if you look at, and I think everybody is otherwise pleased with the return and what was given up and the valuation of everything. They certainly didn't get fleeced in the deals objectively. They did the fleecing. But if you could go back in time and you could say, if I could go get these three guys and I could get them in June, and it's really hard for me to believe that they couldn't, would you have paid a steeper price than you did? Would you have either lost some of these deals or given up more capital? I would have to get these three guys here earlier, whether it was 2 to 3 weeks or maybe even a month before. The Cubs did. They went out and they paid to get David Peterson. And, not to say that it's saved their season or anything along those lines. Maybe it has. I don't know. They're obviously ripping off a bunch of games, but yet, and thank you for the call. It's the point of the action to kind of throw your hands up and say, that's just a bridge that's too far to cross. I mean, it's okay to set the market. It's okay to overpay. It's okay to lose deals to address your immediate need, and they didn't do that soon enough. And then, again, to be fair to them, to back this up a little bit, there's only so much that one organization can take before it really just starts to impact you. And I know people don't want to hear this at this moment because it always has to be somebody's fault. Somebody has to be to blame. And there is plenty of blame to go around. I think we just addressed that. But when you do take a look at this objectively, after taking a breath, a heartbeat, and you say, man, Griffin, Cruz, Horwitz for a month, now O'Hearn. I mean, even some of the most talented organizations, even the deepest organizations, that's going to impact them, and they're going to endure something along the lines of what the Pirates are enduring right now. Of course, now it just so happens to be the worst possible time of the year to do that. 11 out of 15 they've lost. 2-6 road trip. 3 games under 500 for the first time all year, and now a last place club. That's right, the Cincinnati Reds are ahead of the Pirates in the National League Central Division. 5-2 Milwaukee, a winner over the Pirates today. To the Strip District, Adam, you're on the Og Murphy and Perkowski postgame show after the Pirates fall to the Brewers. Good afternoon.
Dan, how's it going?
Hello.
Just checking in on you. Welcome, Check. How you doing?
Oh, boy, so a loaded question. You just weren't saying that as a throwaway. Boy,
no. Listen. You get a lot of callers on here, and people are complaining, and nobody's really looking out for you. So I figured I'd just call in, have a conversation, and see what's going on in the world of Dan.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you. I'd like to say that I'm built for this, right? I'm a Pittsburgh guy. I've been on this particular job here for a relatively long period of time in dog and radio and baseball years. So yeah, I suppose, I've got kind of alligator skin. I've been here before. The chair has gotten comfortable, even though it has spikes that are jamming places that I otherwise can't say on the radio.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. Keep up the good work. And my last question, then I'll hang up. Do you think the Pirates should look more into analytics, go even further into it? I feel like there's stuff that they're really not addressing at this moment that you could really get into the nitty-gritty of things. I've heard some B-lumps thrown around. I've heard some different pluses and minuses there. But,
sure.
I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so, without question. We haven't gotten into astrophysicists yet. That's something that could be addressed. Did they turn over that stone? I'm not sure that they've employed NASA at all. They brought those guys on as consultants. I don't know. There's a lot of different things that you could do. Astrology, perhaps? 866-391-1020. Let's go up to Oil City. Josh, you're on the Og Murphy and Perkowski postgame show.
Hey, Dan, how's it going?
Yeah,
I'm glad to be able to talk to you again.
Yeah, likewise.
It's just so frustrating. 7 years of rebuilding, and we're in last place again. And I knew the rebuild was going to be a tough one, but I didn't think it was going to take this long. And then this year, getting Lau and O'Hearn, things were going to change, and Weaver at the deadline. But Charrington should have definitely been more aggressive and got some bats because the lineup's just stale.
Stale indeed. Stale indeed. Like a saltine cracker that's been left out for a couple of weeks. Starting to get a little fuzz on it, huh?
Yeah, it's just frustrating.
Yep, the fuzzy cracker. Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it. That's the 2026 Buccos, a moldy cracker. Chuck in Uniontown. Chuck, want to help us get back on track? Because not only is the club off the rails at the moment, having dropped 11 of 15, so too is this radio station and this program. So I implore you to try to right the ship.
Well, Danny, I'm going to be honest with you. This is a continuation of what I said last night. The sooner you're honest with yourself and tell yourself this is not the year, it's not just the 3 games that were below 500. It's the fact that nothing is trending in the right direction for this team right now. In fact, it's going off us. So this is a very hard thing to do. It's like harsh lessons in the kid growing up when he's young. Be honest with yourself. This is not the year, but the sooner you start working, or whether it's 27 or 28, or beyond that, the better off you're going to be.
All right, Chuck. Thank you, brother. We're up against it. I appreciate the phone call. Let's get to our easy home exterior and garage door stat of the night. Easy home exteriors and garage doors, and that is the fact that the Pirates are 3 games under 500 for the first time this year. So there's a stat of the night, and that essentially makes everybody cold. In our hot and cold segment from D'Amelio's HVAC in Greensburg, your comfort is their business. Our player of the game with the 2 hits will be Nick Gonzalez. He breaks out of a 5 for 25 slide on the road trip. Pellman Electric, cutting-edge electrical contractors covering the tri-state. We've learned that Carmen Majinski will start tomorrow. That was kept under lock and key, trade secret. Didn't want to let the cat out of the bag, even though everybody in this fair city knew that he would be going against the Metropolitans tomorrow when the Pirates return home for a brief little homestand. But they've got a left-hander on the mound. That's the bad news. He's 2-2 with a 288 earned run average. I'm talking about Zach Thornton. The Buccos are 10-24 against Southpaws this year. Your look ahead again from Pella Windows and Doors, PellaPittsburgh.com. Final score, Milwaukee 5, Pittsburgh 2. Dan Zang really signing off the Og Murphy and Perkoski postgame show. Special thanks to producer Logan Arblaster. But coming up next, Michael Bartley is in the house, and I'm sure if you'd like to vent on Bartley, Greenfield man that he is, he would be happy to take your punches on the punchless Pirates, who continue to struggle offensively. 5-2, they fall to the Brewers, dropping 3 of 4. 2-6 road trip, 11 of their last 15. Coming up next, David Bolorado with the bottom of the hour news here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Sir Grout Pittsburgh specializes in hard surface restoration. Whether it's tile or grout cleaning and sealing or natural stone restoration, Sir Grout will transform and renew floors, kitchens, foyers, mudrooms, bathroom showers, and countertops. They can restore the beauty and luster of natural stone with polishing and preventative stain sealant processes. Sir Grout trained technicians can even change the grout color to update the area's look and style. Call 412-960-6310 now to book your appointment.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Wow, the Medicare stuff. Confusing, stressful, planning is difficult. It can be expensive. Check this out. I love MediConnect. They can talk Medicare. It's easy to follow. You can be confident in your coverage. Folks, I trust them. They've had great success. There is no cost for their help. They're local. Their advisors are live. Seriously, in your neighborhood. 888-818-6334. MediConnect. Give them a call.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
To make exercise a habit, find something you enjoy, like shopping. It counts as a workout when it's Kohl's Active Sale. Get 20% off across the store. And 25% off top active brands that'll have you feeling your best. Adding to your cart is pretty much cardio, right? Find out at Kohl's. Select styles. 25% offer ends August 15th. 20% offer ends August 16th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 87 degrees at 5:30. I'm David Ballarado. A Pittsburgh man is now facing charges accused of killing a woman last month with a stolen construction vehicle. 40-year-old Keith Sherber is facing 16 counts, including homicide by vehicle, receiving stolen property, and driving under the influence. 60-year-old Shelley Hunter of Whitaker was killed in that crash back on July 11th after Sherber allegedly hit her vehicle with a stolen vehicle out of West Mifflin. An Erie man is facing federal charges after allegedly posting anti-Semitic threats on X. 26-year-old Eric Holman is accused of posting the messages this year where he encouraged people to get a gun and target Jews at local synagogues. Sean Brokos of the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh.
It's the young adult population that we are seeing that has tremendous animosity towards Israel, which translates, unfortunately and incorrectly, to hatred against Jews here.
That arrest also comes as a 19-year-old Ali Al-Khalil pleaded guilty in federal court in Pittsburgh to conspiracy charges in the attack on a Jewish Pitt student 2 years ago. While he wasn't charged in that attack, Al-Khalil was accused of helping to craft a cover-up of the incident. On Wall Street today, stocks closed lower. The Dow dropped 464 points. The Nasdaq fell 15. The S&P 500 down 14 points. KDKA Sports, as heard on KDKA.
Ronnie Simon strokes a ground ball on a second to short for one. Relay safe on the back end. And for now, he's safe. And if he's not safe, the game's over. The Brewers,
runners out.
that's how the Brewers' road trip ends. The Pirates will limp home after a 5-2 defeat.
They'll host the Mets tomorrow night. This Black and Gold Camp Update report is brought to you by Goodrich & Geis and OliverFlowers.com. Steelers' first-round draft pick, Max Ionachor, suffered an undisclosed injury today. The rookie tackle appeared to have injured his neck or his shoulder. KDK Radio News Time, 5:32. Our next update's at 6. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South.
But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
There's electricity in the crowd, but when you have electrical problems, you need a family-owned business you can trust. Call Pellman Electric. Pellman Electric has been in business for over 25 years, and their qualified electricians can handle any project. Residential or commercial, outlet repairs in your house, to completing a high-rise office building, Pellman Electric will tackle any job. And if the power goes out, Pellman offers generator installation services. Visit them at pellmanelectric.com. You depend on electricity, depend on Pellman.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
To make exercise a habit, find something you enjoy, like shopping. It counts as a workout when it's Kohl's Active Sale. Get 20% off across the store and 25% off top active brands that'll have you feeling your best. Adding to your cart is pretty much cardio, right? Find out at Kohl's. Select styles. 25% offer ends August 15th. 20% offer ends August 16th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Hey, summer's wrapping up, but the sales, they keep on going. Summer sales event all the way through August at Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com. Check out all those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. So much happening. Get the Expedition, get the Explorer, get the Bronco Sport, F-150, whatever you need. Summer sales event. It continues all the way through August at Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com.
I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KFC weekend weather update. Saturday will bring mostly cloudy skies with high humidity levels. Expect a couple of showers along with a thunderstorm, and temperatures will reach 84 degrees. Introducing the KFC $10 Bucket of the Day deal. Now every weekday you get a different bucket of crispy, crunchy chicken for just $10 each. 24 nuggets, $10, 8-piece, $10, 10 wings, $10, 8 tenders, $10. Only at KFC. Prices and participation may vary while supplies last.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Family-owned D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling in Greensburg is now offering an incredible 0% financing for 72 months on any Carrier furnace, air conditioning, or both. Yes, that's right. 0 interest on any AC unit or furnace. D'Amelio's is also offering rebates on qualified equipment. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling Greensburg, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Call now 724-838-9360.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
To make exercise a habit, find something you enjoy, like shopping. It counts as a workout when it's Kohl's Active Sale. Get 20% off across the store and 25% off top active brands that'll have you feeling your best. Adding to your cart is pretty much cardio, right? Find out at Kohl's. Select styles. 25% offer ends August 15th. 20% offer ends August 16th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okie dokie. Yes, indeed. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK. Normally 6 to 10. I'm sneaking on a little early here, 20 to 6. No worries. I'm 6 to 10 on a Thursday evening, 866-391-1020. But this is Colin's time up till 6 o'clock, but I said, hey, and the boss was fine with it. The Pirates and Brewers post-game coverage, you'll get up 1.5 segments in. Just go home, enjoy your family. So, and he did. God love him. So I'm coming on a little bit early, all right? And we have a ton to talk about tonight. Tons of stuff, believe me. And we get heavy on a Thursday night. Oh, do we ever? So the breaking news this afternoon, President Trump issued a new executive order aimed at birthright citizenship. We'll get into that. Democrats, centrist Democrats like me, are not flipping out, but we're a little nervous after Michigan and what's going on in Wisconsin. What's going on in Wisconsin is the Democratic Socialist is far ahead of the opponents. That primary, I believe, is next Tuesday. So this is a wave of energy propelling progressive Democrats. What they call us the establishment Democrats, the old timer guys. Yeah. So we're running a little nervous on these Senate seats, but I don't know that this guy Abdul El Sayed in Michigan. I thought I liked what he said. I liked what he said at the end. He's gonna cozy up to everybody, try to unite the party. I don't know. We'll see. People like Carville, we'll talk about that. James Carville, threatening to leave the party, work for Bill Clinton. Yeah. So we'll talk about all this kind of stuff. Trump was in Vegas yesterday. Said this is the greatest economy ever. The greatest ever. Yeah. I'm wondering if you feel that way. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. There are questions remaining tonight. You know that big, gorgeous $400 million Air Force One that Qatar donated? Yeah. And we spent another $400 million to get it ready. Taxpayer money. There's questions tonight. Is it really going to the Trump library when that's ready, or is it just going to Donald Trump? We'll see on that. Yeah. But I wanted to start tonight and the young people make fun of me watching newscasts, and I watch the late news, and they don't watch the news. I get it. They just look on their phone and read stuff. I don't think, I said, when's the last time you watched a local newscast? And the one young man said to me when I was at my grandfather's house. So there I am. That's, yeah. So that's me. Anyway, I'm watching, and I think it was Channel 4 last night at the 11 o'clock news because I was busy all day yesterday. So I caught the 11 o'clock news. And it was the story of Pittsburgh Public Schools and the huge staff, hundreds of staff people, teachers and staff gathering for the Summer Leadership Academy. And, the board member, the head of the board, he seems like a really cool guy, very bright. Seems like a cool guy who knows what's going on. And he's in a tough position because they have to merge some schools. They don't have enough money and enrollment is dwindling. And the superintendent of the Pittsburgh Public Schools, it really caught my attention. Anyway, this whole thing is to get the teachers fired up, the staff fired up, and it's called Future Ready, Forward Focused, Shaping What Comes Next. Okay? The superintendent, Dr. Wayne Walters, seems like a good guy, seems like a very bright guy. Very bright. I think he made a very colossal mistake yesterday. I do. He opened the event by addressing the teen takeovers that we saw this in the spring and in the summer. The teen takeovers that got under my skin and got under your skin. The teen takeovers were young people, teenagers, ignored the police, gave them the finger, mouthed off. And I could be totally wrong about this. But he had some words that I thought he made a very big mistake. I do. I'm going to tell you what he said. You be the judge. I think he missed the mark. I'm probably on a lot. I wasn't there. I never heard his whole remarks. All I know is what I read in this morning's media and last night saw on the news. He could have gone on and could have been some. I'm playing in the dark here, but what I heard and what I read missed the mark. I'm sorry. Listen, I've covered Pittsburgh Public School superintendents back to the 90s. John Thompson, I remember them all. This guy missed the mark. I want to tell you why, but I want to get to traffic right now. It's 5:45. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's head over to Logan.
Thanks, Michael. Taking a look at an accident that's being reported on the 6000 block of Library Road in Bethel Park. It is causing delays, as well as an accident on the 600 block of Long Run Road in Versailles-Borough. Now taking a look at the major roadways here at 545. The Parkway East outbound has brake lights from before the Oakland on-ramp. The Parkway West inbound has heavy congestion backing you up through Robinson Town Center, and further down traffic restarts from Green Tree Hill as you head towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. On the Parkway West outbound, it's jammed into the bathtub region of the city, and both lanes through the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well. Route 28 remains a trouble spot in both directions, with delays carrying onto the Veterans Bridge and throughout downtown approaches. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at kdkradio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okie dokie, from the KDK Radio News Desk, here's a look ahead at the 6 o'clock news in the newsroom. Preparing that, David Bollerado. David.
Michael arrests in a shooting in Clairton last month. We'll have the details coming up at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, welcome back. Michael Bartley. I'm in for Colin here in the last segment. And then I go till 10 o'clock, so 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. I'm not picking on Pittsburgh public schools. I'm not. Listen, I know probably some of the most successful people that ever had leadership positions in this community and nationally went to Pittsburgh public schools. Big city school districts have their problems. This public school district is dwindling leadership, dwindling attendance, enrollment, and they're and listen, the absentee rate is still sort of disastrous. They have a chronic absence rate that reaches over 45%, and. But the graduation rate for Pittsburgh Public Schools is up to 86.9%. That's improved from previous years. It has. There's good news, bad news in a big public school district, without question. We get it. And I've covered school superintendents for decades in this town, and I know, and I know the school board has it's a tough job. They don't get a penny, and everybody yells at them. I get it. And so, yesterday, Dr. Dwayne Walters, who's the superintendent for Pittsburgh Public Schools, probably a really good guy, very bright guy. I've heard good things about him. I don't know him. I knew a lot of them before him. I don't know him. And every year, they get together with the teachers and the staff, and it's hundreds of folks that work for the school district. And they do a sort of a 3-day thing, a leadership academy, that, they're trying to prepare for the upcoming year. And he goes on about what's good with, all this other type stuff. And, there's going to be some growing pains and all that type stuff because the mergers are coming up and the school board voted on all that. But Walters opened the event by addressing the teen takeovers. And I'm trying to figure out why. I don't understand. This is a direct quote. Everyone is asking how to stop it. And I'm asking more of how and what can we learn from children because many movements in our country have been started by young people. And so our job at this time is to find out what it is that reaches them and energizes them and causes them to kind of show up in one place, in one space, and be so motivated and feel like they belong. Okay, that really got under my skin. Maybe you think I'm a jag-off. Maybe you think I'm out of touch. That really got under my skin. It really did. And what we saw in East Liberty and what we saw in Market Square and the downtown teen takeovers, what the hell's he talking about? And then he addressed the staff, and he said, some of you had students who were there. Does that mean teachers? Or does that mean, yeah, I'm presuming, some of you spent an evening not knowing if your children were safe. What had to be organized, communicated, believed, or felt before that first teenager ever arrived. So, he said to them, what is this trying to teach us? Not about crime, but the culture. Okay, that made me mad too. He said, I think the first thing is making sure that schools are places of belonging. Of course. Of course. Places of hope and excitement so that they look at the space at school as somewhere where they can learn, grow, but they can also see themselves. Of course. We need to be more connected and more in tune with what they're saying and what they need. That made me mad too. I wasn't there for his speech. I can only go off of what the media reported in the newspapers this morning and on the television last night, and our own phenomenal news team here on the Big K. What did he leave out? What was the most critical thing he left out that really made me mad? 866-391-1020. I'll be back after news at the top of the hour. All right, it's 5:55. We're checking traffic. Yeah. Thursdays are always busy. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's head over to Logan.
All right, thanks, Michael. The Parkway East outbound is still gridlocked through Oakland with traffic jammed from Technology Drive through Bate Street into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. While on the Parkway West outbound, it remains bumper to bumper through the Bathtub region and Fort Pitt Bridge corridor with no real relief just yet. Also, Route 28, it's something to note that it's heavily congested leaving the city and entering in pockets, especially around the Veterans Bridge. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 85 degrees at 6 o'clock. I'm David Valerato. A Fayette County woman has been found guilty by a jury of killing her 2-year-old stepchild. 32-year-old Brianna Bloyer was convicted today of third-degree murder in the death of the toddler who died 2 years ago of blunt force trauma to the head. Prosecutors also presented evidence in the case showing the child's body had various cuts and bruises in different stages of healing. A man who is already behind bars in Butler County is now facing new criminal attempted homicide charges in Allegheny County. Police have charged 27-year-old Daron Winman of the North Side in connection with the July 6th shooting in Clairton. The victim was shot several times and taken to the hospital in stable condition. Another suspect in that case, 39-year-old Arthur Davis, was also arrested late last month on charges. Guilty pleas Wednesday from a Pittsburgh woman to multiple charges for posing as a nurse We'll start all over again. Guilty pleas Wednesday from a Pittsburgh woman to multiple charges for posing as a nurse by using stolen IDs from real nurses. News Radio KDK's Paul Rasmussen has that story.
40-year-old Shannon Womack did it to get access to prescription painkillers. She was sentenced Wednesday at the Washington County Courthouse to 4.5 to 9 years in state prison, followed by 6 years on probation. Womack was caught last year in a traffic stop after giving troopers a false identity. She had around 20 different aliases and 7 Social Security numbers. Besides impersonating nurses at facilities in Washington County, Womack did the same in Allegheny, Beaver, Westmoreland, and 2 more Pennsylvania counties. Authorities say she has warrants for identity fraud in 4 other states. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
His office says Republican Senator Mitch McConnell has been discharged from a rehab facility and will continue to recover at home. In a statement, McConnell says he'll maintain an intensive regimen of physical therapy from home during the state work period. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more from Capitol Hill.
It took McConnell's office weeks to say exactly why he was hospitalized. For a while, they said that he was only hospitalized with an undisclosed medical condition. That set off this kind of groundswell of speculation online, and only after that speculation kind of reached a fever pitch did McConnell's office come out and say that he fell, he was briefly unconscious, they said, and then he had a mild case of pneumonia, which he recovered from in the hospital.
President Trump signing a pair of executive orders at the White House today, both relating to birthright citizenship. That's the law where a child born on U.S. soil automatically becomes a citizen of the country. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, says all persons born or naturalized in the U.S. and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. The Supreme Court last term rejected President Trump's last attempt to end birthright citizenship. On Wall Street today, the Dow closed down 464 points, the Nasdaq lost 15, and the S&P 500 lower by 14. KDKA Sports, as heard on KDKA.
And the pitch is swung on and hit into left for a base hit. Mitchell will be waved. Here's Reynolds' throw. Mitchell is in. RBI single, Andrew Vaughn, just like that. Brewers lead 5-2.
And a rough outing in Milwaukee ended with that 5-2 loss. In Game 4 of the series between the Bucks and Brewers, the Pirates home to host the Mets for a weekend series starting tomorrow. KDK Radio News Time 6:03. Time to call Metropolitan Windows. Save 20% on their exclusive Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows. 412-655-8411. It's 85 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
It is precisely 6:05 on a Thursday from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan Arblaster.
Michael, getting reports of an accident at Dinsmore Avenue in Crafton Borough, and it is causing delays in that area. Now taking a look at the major roadways at 6:05. The Parkway East outbound is still slow past Oakland, but traffic is steadily improving towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the Parkway West outbound, it remains heavy, but is beginning to loosen up across the Bathtub region. And with AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy tonight. It will be muggy with a thunderstorm in parts of the area, low around 69. We'll have clouds that breaks the sun tomorrow. It's going to be a humid day with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin, with Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks.
Calvin, you know what I love most about this job? That moment when the job's done. Maybe it's a new roof, upgraded siding, or a deck that makes you want to be outside, and you see that look on the customer's face.
Yeah, man, that never gets old. The care, the clean work, no shortcuts. And that's just how these Cousins have been doing it ever since Grandma's garage.
And that's not changing.
Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, with extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Unapologetic in his talk, it's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okie dokie, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK. I'm here till 10 o'clock. Thursday night, 6 to 10, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. After 7 o'clock, we get into the nitty-gritty of, some political stuff. I was thinking about this today. I had the pleasure, the boss asked me to MC our company awards across all of our platforms and all of our stations here at Odyssey. And it was a really wonderful day. And, every seat taken, it was really wonderful. And, our sports guys, 93.7 The Fan, won the Marconi Award this year. It was really cool. Kiki from Whammo, she's a phenomenon. It was Kiki Day in Pittsburgh. It was all these awards. It was great. It was just wonderful. And I was thinking, a lot of times when I get emails and stuff from you guys, or I make a post on Facebook or something, someone will say, KDKA is nothing but a bunch of liberal Democrats. And then the next line from somebody will be, KDKA is the worst. It's a bunch of Trumper Republicans. You know what it really is? I decided having so much fun with everyone today. We had a beautiful lunch, which we always do. It's a very, very great camaraderie. All the stations, we all know each other. It's wonderful. And it's, one big, great company. I don't know what the percentages would be. My own station, KDKA-AM 1020, I think probably more Republican conservatives than Democrats. Do we talk about stuff? Yeah. A lot? No. Does it get tense? Seldom. Do we respect each other? Every minute of every day. Do we get mad at each other about this? No. Do we get along despite political sway? No. We get along beautifully. Yeah. Which is what it should be. And that's what we do on Thursday evenings. Unless somebody gets out of hand, every opinion is important. Believe me, every single opinion. And we have mutual respect. Yes, indeed. We do. So I'll get to some of that stuff at after 7 o'clock. I want to get back to this, the Pittsburgh Public Schools story, because I respect the Pittsburgh Public Schools. I do. I have a lot of friends who are super successful who went to PPS. Yeah. And I went to the Alderdice Hall of Fame ceremony one night because my friend Cy Holzer, who was president of PNC Pittsburgh, who was in the Alderdice Hall of Fame, we went to honor Larry Lucchino. Cy knew Larry better. Larry Lucchino. Does that name ring a bell? I'm sure Frank Lucchino does because he's a retired judge and was very heavy, big shot in politics. We're a great man. Love him. We're dear friends. His late brother Larry owned the Boston Red Sox. Yeah. Went to Alderdice. I could go on and on. I'm not ripping on and criticizing openly the Pittsburgh Public Schools. You have a job to do. What I'm saying is the school superintendent, Wayne Walters, Dr. Walters, who comes across, he's like, I don't even know if I ever met him. I knew all those superintendents, but he seems like a really good guy. He seems like a conscientious guy. So they have this 3-day summit to this summer leadership academy, getting the staff ready for the kids. They come in 2 weeks or something. I don't know. And he said we need to be more connected and more in tune with what they're saying and what they need. Relating to, he started this about the teen takeovers. And he's right about one thing. He said the first thing is making sure that schools are places of belonging, hope, and excitement so that they look at this space at school as somewhere where they can learn, grow, but they can also see themselves. Of course. But he said something that, got under my skin. And I didn't hear the whole speech. So, Wayne Walters, don't get mad at me. Just all I have is what the media reported. I wish I had a whole thing of your speech. But he said, the teen taker, what is this trying to teach us? Not about crime, but the culture. I kind of get that. I kind of do. I think I kind of do. He said, quote, everyone is asking how to stop it, and I'm asking more of how and what can we learn from children, because many movements in our country have been started by young people, and so our job at this time is to find out what it is that reaches them and energizes them and causes them to kind of show up in one place, in one space, and so motivated and feel like they belong. That gets under my skin badly. It really does. What did he leave out? I'm told that there were teachers there that were squirming. I'm told that, I don't care if you're in the city and in the suburbs, I don't care where the school district is. A lot of times, I think that we treat teachers like we treat the police, that everything needs to fall on them. And it's not right. What did this, and at least in the media reports, unless these young reporters aren't reporting it correctly, what was missed here? 2 words. Parental involvement. It's not it's the school's job. It's the schools that listen to our kids. No. I'm going to tell you what Pittsburgh Public Schools did that was really good in the spring. They got word out to the parents. Get a hold of your kid. Talk to your kid, because Friday is a teen takeover, and every police municipality was down there with horses and everything else in downtown Pittsburgh, and guess what? They didn't show up. No. The most direct thing you can say about teen takeovers, if you're a superintendent of school, a teacher, it doesn't fall on the teachers. It falls on the parents. Maybe I'm crazy. But to me, it falls on the parents. What was that, 2 months ago? 3 months ago? I sat on this program and I said a 15-year-old shot and murdered a 17-year-old in downtown Pittsburgh, was arrested walking over the Andy Warhol Bridge at 12:30 at night. Where the hell are the parents? You got it? That's why it got under my skin. And that's why teachers squirm. Teachers, and that people, teachers make too much money. They should be making 5 times what they make. Yeah. Remember that stupid Rand Paul from Kentucky, that senator? The one that went after Anthony Fauci? Remember that idiot years ago going after teachers and salaries? I never forget David Letterman. I never missed his show after that. He goes, why pick on teachers? They should make 10 times what they make. No, our teachers should not be treated like the police, and our police should not be treated like the police are. They can't solve everything. You want to deal with this teen takeover thing? Start addressing the parents. Say it to them. Say it to them. I get it. You want to talk to your staff. You want to talk to your teachers. Okay. Why keep out the parents? Unless you mention them. But I have no record of it. You think I'm crazy? 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. All right, Logan, I think we're doing traffic here from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's busy out there. It's KDK AAA traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's head over to Logan.
Thanks, Michael. Still seeing reports of the accident on Dinsmore Avenue in Crafton Borough. Several crews on the scene of that accident. Now taking a look at the major roadways here around 618. The Parkway East outbound is still slow past Oakland, but traffic is steadily improving towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the Parkway West outbound, it remains heavy but is beginning to loosen across the Bathtub region. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Precision Pointing and Restoration is pretty much booked for the remainder of the summer, and they have just a few slots available this fall. So here I am again to ask, can your long overdue masonry project really withstand another Pittsburgh polar vortex? Take a look up at your chimney, or better yet, get Precision Pointing out to your home to professionally assess. They guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Special discounts for vets, seniors, and first responders. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net. Procrastinating ends with a call to Precision Pointing.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers. Buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss cooking with peppers. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
It is 6:20 on a Thursday evening from the KDK Radio News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 6:30 news. David Ballarado.
Michael, the name Heinz Field won't be coming back, but that company and the Steelers have extended their partnership. We'll explain what's happening coming up at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Troubling new details about that deal Iran made with Oman to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran now wants to ban any U.S. or Israeli-based ships from that waterway entirely and charge what it calls hostile countries a fee to pass through. That's not what the U.S. negotiators were hoping to see, and with that, oil prices shot higher, close to $78 a barrel again, while stocks fell. The Dow, which began the day at a fresh record high, fell 464 points, almost 0.9% lower today. The Nasdaq down 15 points, the S&P lost 14. Profits last quarter at Nintendo shot up by more than 50% to almost $1 billion, thanks to blowout sales of its Switch 2 gaming console, and that's despite punishing U.S. tariffs. And the Sweet Green salad chain lowering its full-year outlook. Too many diners staying away after that lettuce-based cyclospora outbreak. Meantime, health officials in Michigan say it's safe to eat lettuce again. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK. Stop pretending teachers and the police can solve everything. It just gets under my skin. Start talking to parents. And Pittsburgh Public Schools did. They did last spring. They said, parents, get a hold of your kids. They can't go downtown on this teen takeover baloney. And they didn't, because the police Sheriff's Department, Pittsburgh Police, other municipalities. Horses, the whole ball of wax, they all went down there on that Friday, and the kids didn't show up. I hope that people talk to their kids about it. I do. You know? I mean, just I get mad when people look for teachers to solve everything. It gets under my skin. Diane in Valencia. Diane, you're on KDK.
Michael, I say you're spot on. You know, the two key things that need to be is respect and responsibility. They go hand in hand. And, you know, at this rate, start putting upon both the parent and the minor a penalty and the cause of action. You know, make these parents go to a class with the kids. Make them get a job. I mean, we're only hearing, face it, some of these stories. You know, what about all the stories about how they were going in mobs in the store and shoplifting and how that poor man outside of Whole Foods was abused?
Agreed.
I mean, this has gotten way out of control. And, you know, let's start opening up in the orphanages. Like, I mean, sad to say, but when our grandparents were kids, people didn't have parents, or people who knew they had parents that couldn't responsibly take care of them. They're put in an orphanage, you know. It is just a travesty, and something needs to be done. I mean, granted, when we grew up, our parents operated on a whole different level, and, you know, you couldn't have said it more eloquently. You know, teachers are caregivers. They're sometimes a step-parent. You know, teachers don't make a lot, but I can tell you, you know, the teachers that are out there, there's times they use so much of their own funds. That's why it's hard for them to
Diane,
get
I was
by.
just going to say, Diane, I'm telling you right now, I know teachers, and I live in the city. God love them. I know teachers who go to Target or wherever the hell and buy stuff for the kids that they teach.
Yes. I have a dear friend, all the years that they have taught, that's what they've done. I mean, they have shared their lunch with students, and a lot of that wasn't just because, the kid couldn't get a free lunch or anything. They were bullied so much, Michael, they didn't want to sit in the cafeteria, couldn't sit in the cafeteria. So that teacher gave up their lunch to have the kids sit with them, you know, and the list goes on. And the same thing with police. You know, people are so quick to fund the police. Okay, well, the minute you have an emergency, let's see what happens. You really want to defund the police?
Every little thing, and I'm so sick of it too. Every little thing trickles down to, and I'm not just talking about the city, that trickles down to the police, socioeconomics, and everything. You know, and then it becomes the responsibility of a young police. That's not right. I don't think it's right. Yeah. I'm not. Listen, you know, Diane, I'm not picking on Pittsburgh Public Schools. I'm not. All I'm saying is that, because I know some great teachers there and some great parents there, and I grew up with guys who were hugely successful that went to public school. What I'm saying is, you know, if it's a superintendent of a big city school district, wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity to say, look, I know that in the past years you expected, and you know, with relate to these teen takeovers and back in the day, gangs, all that type stuff, and kids not showing up, and you know, we sort of said, can you keep an eye on it? I take this opportunity for you, not just you, but the parents, and if you know any parents, your students' parents, talk to them, and parents, come and talk to us. Let's open this dialogue. He had a perfect opportunity, and I don't think he did it.
No, I agree with you 200%. And, you know, like you said, it'd be great for you to get the whole down low, you know, and, you know, the bigger thing is, as we know, society is changing in all realms. Like I said, it's just not inner city. But, Michael, I can tell you from my friend, she said, come to a teacher in service, especially ones, you know, there's so much to do. You know, the majority of teachers like her, they actually start like August 1st, even into July, getting their classrooms ready and all that, right? You know, and it's like they have to go through this script of whatever. Let's prioritize and, okay, give your little speech, but to spend hours upon hours and putting more on them when they're already doing so much.
Listen,
and that comes with the police.
Teachers show up at 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe leave at 3, 4 o'clock. That's not their whole day. Their whole day is 14 hours.
Yeah.
And people don't understand that. Diane, are you a teacher?
No, I have a dear friend.
Yeah, me too.
I've helped her over the years and, and actually supported her in all of her endeavors. So, and continue to do and, be a sounding board naturally as friends do. And,
Diane, listen, thanks for the call. I think you're spot on, too. Thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it. I got to get to news.
Thank you, Michael.
You bet. Absolutely. Diane in Valencia. All right, 866-391-1020. Rico downtown, you're going to be next after news.
Have you saved enough? What are you going to do with Social Security? What will your taxes look like in retirement? Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane at Accurate Solutions Group believe retirement planning should be easy and you should be able to get all the information you need in one place. That's why Kurt and Ethan's team created the Your Retirement Kit, a comprehensive resource for your retirement. In it, you'll find a copy of the Retirement Income Planning booklet. This booklet will help guide you through retirement with insight on taxes, Social Security, income, and more. To get a copy of your retirement kit, text KIT to 412-515-3355. In addition to the booklet, you'll also receive updated resources on some of retirement's most common concerns. Help simplify your retirement planning. Claim your retirement kit from Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane now by texting KIT to 412-515-3355. Investment advisory service is offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 85 degrees at 6:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. An arrest in last month's deadly car crash in West Mifflin. 40-year-old Keith Sherba is now facing homicide by vehicle while DUI and several other charges in the July 11th wreck that killed 60-year-old Shelley Hunter of Whitaker. Sherba is accused of stealing a construction vehicle in Oakland, crashing on the Birmingham Bridge before heading off to West Mifflin, where he then smashed into Hunter's car, killing her. A 26-year-old Erie man is charged with posting violent and anti-Semitic threats on X. Sean Brokos of the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh says the arrest of Eric Holman shows that the threats against the Jewish community will not go unanswered.
But they were very direct in the sense that it was a call to kill Jewish people, go to your local synagogue, take a weapon, wear black, and go in and kill as many as you can.
When the FBI searched Holman's home, they say they found guns, a notebook containing a handwritten note on what to do if his body was found, and a picture of a swastika on his phone. The Steelers are adding a new premium game day experience at Aquashore Stadium just ahead of the preseason. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush tells us more.
The Steelers have unveiled the new 1933 Club presented by Heinz, a premium all-inclusive space inside Aquashore Stadium. The club features elevated dining and drinks, lounge seating, a center bar with a resident mixologist, grab-and-go options, and exclusive views of the Steelers' locker room entrance and player tunnel. The announcement also extends the team's long-standing partnership with the Pittsburgh-based Condiment Company. The 1933 Club is set to open August 13th in time for the Steelers' first preseason game. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street today, the Dow closed down 464, the Nasdaq lost 15, and the S&P 500 lower by 14. KDKA Sports brought to you by KDKA Radio. The Pirates lose 5-2 to the Brewers in Milwaukee. They'll return home for a weekend series against the Mets. KDKA Radio News Time 6:32. It's time for football, so join Larry Richard August 8th from 11 to 1 at Legion Keener Park in Latrobe before the Black and Gold's annual training camp scrimmage. Our next update's at 7. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
Apple is adding an AI agent to its Apple Store app in a move that the company says will help users purchase devices based on details like account information, device identities, and carrier information. Apple says where the Apple Store app virtual shopping assistant is available, it will collect and store data, including chat information and, where enabled, location data to personalize the chat experience. I'm Jason Brooks.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
It is 6:35 on a Thursday from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's head over to Logan Arblaster. Logan?
Michael, the afternoon rush has fully broken up across the metro with residual slowdowns that remain on the Parkway West around Green Tree Hill, but traffic, like I said, is steadily improving overall. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy and muggy tonight with a thunderstorm in spots, low 69. We'll have clouds and some sunshine tomorrow and Saturday. It's going to be humid with a couple of showers and thunderstorms around both days. High temperatures will be in the low to mid 80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe and let the savings begin.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richert. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll get you ready for the weekend. Plus, you'll have a chance to win tickets to join a Gateway Clipper sightseeing cruise. Pretty cool.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK. I'm here till 10 o'clock, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. I guess the airspace is back open over the Midwest. It started, I guess, in Minneapolis. Radar went down today. It's back online, but it fell like dominoes, affecting flights, departures, arrivals, 9 states. They lost radar. They have no idea how it happened. It's kind of scary, isn't it? All right, back at the issue at hand. All I'm saying is this. That's all I'm saying is this. Maybe I'm nuts, and you're going to say, oh, but you don't understand the culture. Yes, I do. Yes, I live in the city. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'm on the board of directors of 2 agencies that serve poor people. I know where I take anonymous Christmas envelopes filled with money. I know. I knock on the door myself. You got it? I know. I know how difficult it is for some kids, and the environments, and the drug abuse, and the single parent strife, and the poverty. I get it. I don't want Pittsburgh public schools to fail. I want them to succeed. Absolutely. In a lot of respects, they do. When it comes to teen takeovers, unless I am completely out of touch and out of my mind, you don't talk to teachers about it. You talk to parents about it. That's all I'm saying. Sue in Bethel Park. Sue, you're on KDKA. Thanks for the call.
Hey, Michael Bartley. The more I listen to you, the more I love you.
Oh, that is so nice of you. Thank you. That's so nice.
It is.
What a nice voice you have. I love you, too.
I'll tell you what, when I turn on the KDKA, which is my favorite program,
Good.
and I hear your voice, I'm just excited.
Oh, that is so nice. You're
Rob
giving
Pratt,
me
too.
goosebumps.
I really like.
Oh, that's my man. I
Oh,
love
I do.
Rob Pratt.
I
Rob
love
Pratt.
you.
Rob and I are very close. Got friends.
Yeah, he is. I like him too. I get up too early in the morning, but anyway, I'm calling because my blood is boiling. I am a retired Pittsburgh public school teacher of 35 years. And I taught in most of the high schools and in elementary also. And I went to Alderdice.
Good for you. That's a hell of a school, you know. Yeah, it is.
Oh, Alderdice was awesome.
It's an
If it
awesome
wasn't
school.
For Pittsburgh Public, I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't have the job I have today. And I just can't say enough about how the teachers are the most caring, empathetic people that you've ever met. And they do everything that they can, down to feeding a child in the morning in elementary. And in high school, there's a lot of coaches and teachers that always cared about the students. I could say that. But anyway, you're absolutely correct about the parents taking part of your child's development, starting from birth. So
and listen. You know what, Sue, and don't get me. A lot of parents do. They do, and listen. And this has gone on for decades. And I remember getting into an argument on my show on WQED years. This is probably 25 years ago with John Thompson. Do you remember him? He was the superintendent.
Yeah, Thompson. He was one of. Yeah,
he would never talk about parental involvement. And I was trying to. I'm like, then he's like, I do talk about it. I'm like, no, you don't, not publicly.
Yeah, Thompson.
And well,
I go back to remember Richard C. Wallace.
Absolutely.
Richard C. Wallace was superintendent when I started with Pittsburgh Public, and as a student myself, I think he was the superintendent then. But Richard C. Wallace did a lot of wonderful programs with Pittsburgh Public, including the PRISM program, which a lot of the elementary and high school students went to. We had substitutes that came in, and we went for 6 weeks. It was positive training, how to work with students positively. And what I take from it was, always be positive with your students. Well, you have to bring up the negative part too. But anyway, Richard C. Wallace was an excellent superintendent that I can remember. But the point I wanted to make was back then when they had all the shop classes and the different skill-centered business classes, the students all fell in line with a trade or a skill that they could leave the school district with. And Dr. Monaco, I don't know if anybody out there...
How many years are you retired? You sound like you're 28 years old.
I am just turned 70.
Oh, my...
I know it.
You sound really young.
70,
okay,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I just turned 70. But anyway, the point that I wanted to make is that you have to be involved with your children from birth, number one. And getting back to the Trades and Skill Center, Dr. Monaco at the time, he was in charge of the skill-centered programs because back then you had to graduate with, you couldn't graduate with a general diploma. You had to have a skill. And then one of the superintendents, I'm trying to remember, when Monaco left, never replaced Dr. Monaco. And that was what got the kids jobs in the summer. He ran the program where people, all you had to do was go to your counselor's office and they'd hook you up with a job. You could work at a playground. You could, I think I worked at Kane Hospital back when I was 16 years old. You used to get on, they would give you bus tickets to get on the bus.
Yeah.
And you'd go out and they would, back then it was $1 an hour or something. I forget what it was. But so what? It was a job. It taught you, it added to your resume as a
Hey, Sue. Listen. Don't you dare hang up. I got to do traffic. Stay right there. No, because I have a question.
I'm sitting here.
You're a former teacher. I got questions for you. And Brian and Ted, everybody stay there. I got to do traffic. But I have a really important question for you. Stay right there, Sue. All right. It's 6:45. Got to do traffic here from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hello, Logan.
Michael, lingering delays remain on the Parkway East and around Route 28 outbound, but most major roadways are beginning to recover fully heading into the evening. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800 800 new floor. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, it's coming up on 6:50 on this Thursday evening from the KDKA Radio News Desk. Here's a look ahead. It's been a busy day. Here's a look ahead at the 7 o'clock news in the newsroom. David Bollerado.
Michael, the president tries again to ban birthright citizenship even after the Supreme Court rejected his last attempts to try to do that. We'll have more coming up at 7 on News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, is gearing up to release its first ever consumer device, a $300 portable donut-shaped smart speaker so you can converse with its chatbot anywhere. Meantime, Etsy CEO says that AI is, quote, changing how all of us work. So the online crafts retailer is cutting 220 corporate staffers. Oil prices, they rose today to near $78 a barrel after Iran's deal with Oman to reopen the Strait of Hormuz would include a ban on all U.S. and Israeli ships from that waterway. That rattled U.S. negotiators and sent Wall Street lower. At the close, the Dow down 464 points, almost 1% lower. While the Nasdaq lost just 15, the S&P lower by 14. And SpaceX today says it's going to build its own natural gas-fired power plant for its computer chip-making facility it's developing right now with Tesla outside Houston. Hopes to create 3,000 new jobs. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, welcome back. I got a teacher online here. Okay, Sue, you're back. Okay, listen, Sue, I was going to tell you, I go back to doing stories with John Thompson Mark Roosevelt. Linda Lane, I liked her. I did. I don't know if you liked her, but I did.
Linda Lane, yep.
I liked her a lot.
Yep.
Okay, but listen, so here's my question for you. How many years did you teach in Pittsburgh Public Schools?
35.
35. Whoa. Okay, listen, did you ever feel the heat from you or your fellow teachers that they expect us to do way too much beyond teaching? And this is why I took exception to this to the latest, the Summer Leadership Academy, because I think the superintendent and the leadership had a perfect opportunity to address parents way beyond teachers in terms of these ridiculous teen takeover things, and because parents are the ones that say, don't you dare go out of this house.
Okay. Well, teachers never complain. They just pitch in and work.
They do, I know. But
whatever the focus is, that you just go with it. And we all work together. I mean, as far as working together, teachers are the best. I mean, they know how to plan and organize and get behind what needs to be done that superintendent wants. You know, whether it's raising test scores or getting, or attendance.
In your experience, Sue, in teaching at Pittsburgh high schools, how difficult?
20 years of that, yep.
20 years in Pittsburgh high schools, several of them, right?
Yeah, and then I did like, the last in elementary. Yes.
Yeah. What can you tell us what high schools?
I taught at Langley for 10 years, Perry, Shenley, Oliver High School.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that was probably it.
Did you?
They move you around, depending on, the need.
Was there a situation? Were there situations where you wanted a parent to understand something about their kid, or otherwise their kid was going to be in trouble? I know in some circumstances, I get it that parents aren't there sometimes, but I think we need to reach out to parents more than teachers and more than staff. The school can't solve. I don't think a school can solve a kid going to a teen takeover as well as a parent.
Right. Well, what I see is the problem is by the time kids are in ninth grade, the parents kind of let go. They don't come to a lot of the functions or, book fair, whatever it is you're having at the high school. So you don't get to see the parents because it's more or less they're put off to you, as an adult, sort of.
That's sad. That breaks my heart. You know why? Because the parents you see, their kids doing pretty well. Isn't that true?
Yeah, actually, the only time I would see a parent would be if there was a problem with a student. They would show up, if they did something wrong, if they're cutting classes or whatever. I don't know. It had to be something worse, maybe a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a parent would come in, and you'd see the parent, and you'd try to work out a resolution to the problem. And usually it was solved. But that was about when I saw parents, and I really wanted to say, while I'm on the air here, parents, please help in high school. If you could come, even if you come on some type of a day, that you can help there with the teacher, it would be wonderful if you could do that. It really would.
That's beautiful. And maybe sometimes they feel ashamed or they feel this or that. They shouldn't.
Well, what it is, the parents are working, is what it is. They're working. Usually both parents are working, so you're in a dilemma.
Mm-hmm.
That the kid's out to school, then the parents are out, working hard to just survive.
Yeah.
At least back then it was like that too.
Yeah, it's like that today. It's like that today too.
90s.
It's tough.
Yeah, 90s. I was at Langley in the 90s, from 90 to 2000.
Yeah.
And that was Langley was a great school too. I mean, they had a lot of wonderful programs there.
Because I'll tell you something, if the parents don't get involved, these kids are going to get hurt or worse. I know.
I'm telling you. Well, another thing too that I think parents should know, when they come to me, they have one personality. When they go home, they have another.
Yeah.
for the most part. So sometimes the parents think that everything's okay. Well, guess what? Sometimes it's not okay.
Yeah.
My own daughter, I found out from another teacher at an in-service that my daughter was depressed. I didn't even know. She never told me.
See?
Okay, she worked at Bethel High. Okay, well, I go to an in-service with another teacher. She's like, do you know your daughter's depressed? She's getting picked on. I'm like, what?
See?
She never told me that.
Wow.
Okay, well, so there's a.
But you went and investigated, and that's on a parent. Sue, I appreciate this conversation so much. I got to go.
Sure.
Boy, this was
I know.
wonderful.
You got other people.
I know.
love ya.
Yeah, Sue, this was wonderful. Call me anytime.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
You bet. Sue in Bethel Park. Brian in the car, you're next. Brian in Munho, you're after that. Everybody chill out. I'll get to you. 866-391-1020. News coming up.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on August 21st, 2026. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father, not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 84 degrees at 7 o'clock. I'm David Colorado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. A Westmoreland County man is accused of throwing a Molotov cocktail into a Mount Pleasant home early this morning. Prosecutors say 22-year-old Jeffrey May of Hunker allegedly threw a plastic water bottle that had been filled with gasoline at the home. A person who lives there said they were involved in an argument with May just hours before, while May was waiting for his girlfriend at the Wendy's restaurant where she worked. May is facing a number of charges, including arson and loitering and prowling at night. An Erie man facing federal charges after allegedly posting anti-Semitic threats on X. 26-year-old Eric Holman is accused of posting the threats this year, where he encouraged people to get a gun and to target Jews at their local synagogues. Sean Brokos of the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh.
It's the young adult population that we are seeing that has tremendous animosity towards Israel, which translates, unfortunately and incorrectly, to hatred against Jews here.
The arrest also comes as 19-year-old Alil Akalil pleaded guilty in federal court in Pittsburgh to conspiracy charges in the attack on a Jewish Pitt student 2 years ago. While he wasn't charged in the attack itself, Akalil was accused of helping to craft a cover-up of the incident. Guilty pleas Wednesday from a Pittsburgh woman to multiple charges for posing as a nurse by using IDs stolen from real nurses. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen with that.
40-year-old Shannon Womack did it to get access to prescription painkillers. She was sentenced Wednesday at the Washington County Courthouse to 4.5 to 9 years in state prison, followed by 6 years on probation. Womack was caught last year in a traffic stop after giving troopers a false identity. She had around 20 different aliases and 7 Social Security numbers. Besides impersonating nurses at facilities in Washington County, Womack did the same in Allegheny, Beaver, Westmoreland, and 2 more Pennsylvania counties. Authorities say she has warrants for identity fraud in 4 other states. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
President Trump signed a pair of executive orders at the White House today, both relating to birthright citizenship. That's the law where a child born on U.S. soil automatically becomes a citizen of the country. The 14th Amendment, ratified back in 1868, says all persons born or naturalized in the U.S. and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. The Supreme Court last term rejected the president's last attempt to win birthright citizenship. Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy Stephen Miller says the orders lay out who is ineligible and ban what the president called birth tourism.
The idea that people come here pretending to be a tourist, pretending to be a visitor, saying they want to go to Disneyland, they want to go visit a monument or go to a national park, but the real reason they're here is to have a child, to make that child an automatic citizen, leave our country, and then have a U.S. citizen child.
KDKA Sports earlier today on KDKA.
Ronnie Simon strokes a ground ball on a second to short for 1. Relay. Safe on the back end. And for now, he's safe. And if he's not safe, the game's over. The Brewers.
After you, runners out.
That's how the Brewers' road trip ends. The Pirates will limp home after a 5-2 defeat.
And they'll host the Mets tomorrow night. Right now, it's 84 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm David Ballarado. Our next update's at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival just southeast of Pittsburgh is back. August 22nd and 23rd is opening weekend. It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers and musicians, comedy, games, fine arts and crafts at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets at pittsburghrenfest.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy tonight. It will be muggy with a thunderstorm in parts of the area, low around 69. We'll have clouds and breaks of sun tomorrow. It's going to be a humid day with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Monday evenings at 7 for the Cranberry Wealth Retirement Show with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay. Welcome back. 866-391-10. We're talking. I don't know. I think we lean on teachers and police too much. I really do. I really do. And it gets under my skin. And God love them. I that last caller. I get it. Bethel Park, but she taught 35 years. Sue taught 35 years in Pittsburgh public schools, and teachers would do whatever you ask of them. But that's not the point. The point is, if a superintendent wants to talk about teen takeovers, gear your message toward the parents. It's not the teachers letting them get out of the house late at night, take over streets in East Liberty, great neighborhood, downtown Pittsburgh, great neighborhood. Come on. It's the parents who need the coaching and to get control of this. We lean on the police and the teachers too much. I never got that. I never got that my whole life, and I still don't get it. It's ridiculous to me. All right, Brian in the car. Brian, you're on KDK. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, hi, Michael. I'm a teacher over 30 years. I taught mostly kids in trouble with the law, with school, kids that get kicked out of school. So I'm well acquainted with troubled youth. Yes, they do need to be heard. They do need to be cared for and respected. Absolutely.
And I agree. I get it. I get it. I do. I get it. I agree. Go ahead.
But the reality is this. They need trained. See, discipline has become a dirty word in our society and in our schools. Discipline is very much a problem. If there are any teachers listening, they will agree wholeheartedly. Disciplining youth has now become a very dicey subject. The problem is discipline, by definition, is simply training for the future, being a good citizen, being a decent human being. When these young people take over areas of our city, sure, they're crying out for attention. Sure, they're telling us something, but they're also crying out to be held accountable. See, this is what we're failing as adults. We're failing as people in authority. The comments by the superintendent, well-meaning, really are naive, and I think are going to prove disastrous. For kids to go around assaulting one another, and they are in these takeovers, and intimidating people in the streets, that is a terrible expression by our youth. They need to be trained. They need to be cared for. They need to be held accountable so that they can function and thrive and prosper in their futures.
Hey, Brian.
We're pretty much afraid of young people.
Hey, Brian, you are spot on. And I'm going to tell you this much, too. The one gathering in Market Square, and I know a few of the police that were there, they gave them the finger. They spit, hawkered, which we used to say toward the police, said F you toward the police, refused the orders until they were pepper sprayed or whatever it is. And I was like, good, continue to pepper spray them. Listen, and I think you're spot on. I'm going to tell you, maybe I'm jaded. Do you still teach?
No, I just retired.
Okay, maybe I'm jaded because I don't know your age, but when I grew up, and I'm not comparing, apples to oranges, because I know. Listen, I know a lot of guys and gals who went to Pittsburgh public schools and are super successful because their parents, there was discipline, and there was discipline in the school back in the day. I went to Catholic schools, and so I know I'm probably jaded. If I got out of line in high school, the prefect of discipline would grab you by the collar and slam you up against the wall. I'm not promoting that. But all I'm saying, because I guess everyone's different. But I'm going to tell you something. It put the fear of God in me, Brian, and I never, ever repeated something bad that I did. That's all I'm saying.
Schools have become the center of our societies. They should not be. They should not be the end-all, be-all. There should be, people have forgotten their faith in God. People have turned to the schools, like you said, to solve all of our problems. It is not meant for the teachers, for the educational system to solve all the problems. The problem is the teachers' union, which I was a proud member of, has embraced the notion that we will solve all of the problems that the youth bring to us.
That's crazy.
And it's just we're reaping the whirlwind. It's not working.
That's crazy,
Michael. It's not working. Because I've been teaching over 30 years. I'm not burnt out. I'm not jaded. I'm not get off my lawn. I love being a teacher. I was actually I had to retire. It wasn't due to our program closed, so it was a whole nother issue. In any case, what I'm saying is I know how young people think. I know what they're thinking now, especially troubled youth. In their heart of hearts, they want to be held accountable. They want to be – when we don't hold youth accountable, and what I mean by that is holding them accountable for their actions, we're telling them we don't really believe in them and we don't care about them. So this superintendent, well-meaning, who's giving us, well, they're telling us something. They're telling us they want cared for. They want to be held accountable. You can't go around intimidating and harming each other and us sitting back and saying, oh, please tell us more. We do know what's going on here. Their actions, they're allowed to gather. It's a constitutional right. Absolutely, they're allowed to gather. But to act in an intimidating fashion and harm one another, I saw the gathering on Mount Washington, 10 days ago.
Me too.
One young man punched. I saw Marty had it on his feet.
It was Marty's video that I saw. He punched a cop.
The one young man punched the police officer in the face. Now, that on any level is wrong. It is shameful. I watched the video. I saw it with my own eyes. And we're excusing this. And we're saying, well, that young man needs to be held accountable for his own good so that he might prosper and flourish in the future. And we've lost our way. We've just completely lost our way. And we're excusing and we're saying, tell us more. And the answer is simple, but it's not easy. And that's the issue. It's simple,
I think you're right.
But it's not easy.
And before you go, you brought up, you alluded to something else. And I'm not some high roller, and I'm not pretending I'm better than none of us are God. We're vulnerable human beings, and that's who we are. But I'm going to tell you something once that one of my a priest in my parish said to me once, and we were worried about a family and their kids kept getting in trouble. And he said, "Yeah, did you ever know?" And I don't know if this is true, but I'm just telling you, Brian, because you alluded to this, that he's like, look it up. More often than not, the kids that are getting in trouble, 10 to 18-year-old kids, it's a family that doesn't embrace faith and religion. And I'm not trying to judge anybody. Do you understand? And I kind of did, and I think he was somewhat right. I do. I do. And I know. Listen, if parents are gone astray, their kids are gone astray, it's incumbent on, I guess, the community not to judge them and say you dirty this and dirty that and you don't care about your kid, but help in some way. I get it. And that's, I guess that's how teachers I guess that's what he meant, but it's you got to direct it at the parents. Listen, Brian, you're right. I saw the guy throw a punch at a Pittsburgh police officer. Can you imagine what the police officers, when they leave scenes like that, thinking, where the hell are these parents? It's unbelievable. It is. Brian, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. All right, 866-391-1020. Everyone that's on hold, stay right there. I'm going to get to you. Don't you worry. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
The Cousins are giving away a new roof because every family deserves a safe roof over their heads. Think you or someone you know deserves a new roof? Enter the End of Summer Cousins Roof Giveaway for your chance to receive up to $15,000 towards a brand new roof. Don't wait. Visit callthecousins.com and enter today.
Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, welcome back. It's 7:16 on a Thursday evening. Don't worry, I'm going to take your call on this teacher thing and this school thing. Don't you worry. I'll get to my political stuff a little later if I have to. Don't worry, because we really open it up on Thursdays. All right, listen, going in order. David in West Mifflin. David.
The doctor wanted diet.
Hello, David.
That's okay.
David, are you there,
keep
David?
my figure, man, at my age.
David,
Right?
are you there? All right, I'm going to put
Yes,
you...
Michael. How you doing?
Hi,
Good
buddy.
evening, sir.
Good to hear from you.
Good. Hey, Mike, listen. I used to believe in firmly spare the rod, spoil the child. And, you know, I grew up in the Vatican I parish in Boston, a little bit north of Boston. Thanks, honey. In a place called Salem, Massachusetts, Mike. So,
what are you ordering, dinner or something? What are you ordering dinner? You said, thanks, honey.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was at Chick-fil-A, Mike. But you got my full attention now.
I knew you were in a drive-thru. I knew it.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mike.
That's all right. I love Chick-fil-A. What'd you get? What'd you get? A chicken sandwich?
I got the number one on the multi-grain buns because I got to keep my figure. And
your figure?
a large fry.
Did you get any chicken
my
nuggets?
figure,
I love their chicken nuggets.
No, I got a chicken sandwich. I'll say it in Pittsburgh, but
Sandwich, yeah. So wait, bro, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I got it. Yeah, so anyways, Mike, I believe firmly in spare the rod, spoil the child.
Good.
And I grew up in one of the last Vatican I parishes in the north of Boston, in a place called Salem, and I belonged to St. Joseph Parish. It was a French-Canadian parish. You know how each parish had their own nationality? And the Mother Superior, oh my God, she happened to be my aunt. And I used to get into trouble all the time. And I remember she broke a ruler across my hand. Mike,
She did not. You got special treatment because she was your aunt.
No, Mike, she beat the crap out of me. So.
And I don't know what's wrong with that. I don't know. And listen, I know. But listen, I'm going to tell you something. Hey, Brian, or David, I'm sorry. I'm going to tell you this right now. That has all changed, too. One of my buddies who teaches at a Catholic high school in Pittsburgh region, I won't say which one, told me that's all changed, too. He said, you know, when we were kids, you know, we would, and I say this on the air a lot, and I know this isn't the point. The point is to get to the parents to keep them out of teen takeovers. But he said to me, he's like, it's all changed. You know, the kids were disciplined back in the day, and now, he said, if I look at a kid the wrong way, the parents threaten to sue the school. And I don't understand. I don't understand that.
Right.
I don't get it.
Well, right, Mike, I'm a former Marine, so when I looked at my kids, I give them 1,000 years. If they did wrong, you know, they got a c'est la croix in French, but les fesses c'est bon. I mean, I didn't beat my kids, but I prayed with them after because I said, listen, if you pitch the guy off up in the sky, he's going to take you out permanently. And like the Bill Cosby joke, I told my kids, I'll make another one look just like you, too.
Yeah.
So, but in the long run, Mike, you know, these teen takeovers today, the parents are probably as high as a kite. These kids need their butts kicked. That's the problem, Mike.
And I'm not suggesting anybody beat their kids. I'm not. However.
No, me neither, Mike.
But however, all I'm saying is this. A parent grabbed a kid by the arm at the front door. You're not going out of this house tonight. If you do, this blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying parents should beat their kids. I'm not. Did I have an issue with it back in the day? Probably not, because the kids, to me, came out okay. I think. But all I'm saying is this. The messaging should not be geared to teachers and not be geared to the police. It should be geared to parents of kids who are showing up in these teen takeovers. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying they should punch them in the face and beat them with a belt and throw them down the steps. And I'm saying you grab them by the arm and you get in their face and say, you're not going to tangle with Pittsburgh police. I don't know what's wrong with that. What the hell's wrong with that?
Right. Oh, my God, Mike, when I was a kid and I go, the Boston area, right?
Sure.
And, the Catholic Church, in the Archdiocese years later, the priest when the church went to Vatican II, that's when a lot of that priest stuff started happening.
I
when
know.
the church went more liberal.
Yeah.
But I'm just being honest with Michael. I tell you, my aunt, I love her to death, and she was tough with me. But I'll tell you this, Mike. I'm glad I'm not a Catholic no more. I'm a Jewish Christian now. I believe in
good
God.
For you. Good for you. I don't care what anyone is.
By the grace of God.
Yeah.
But I don't knock the church, Mike. But I'll tell you this: if I ever thought of looking at a police officer the wrong way, my parents beat me within an inch of my life, Mike. And I tell you.
Hey, Dave.
I tell you. It set me straight.
I do knock the church, and I never thought the nuns were respected as they should have been. And the end of the nuns,
Right.
that's what ended Catholic schools. And arrogance among the priests and the hierarchy, all that. But I don't want to get into that. But I'm going to tell you this, Dave. You're spot on one thing. You're spot on one thing. Back in the day, I don't care what your religion was. I don't care what your race was. I don't care what your sexual orientation was. I don't care what if you came from a rich family, a poor family, a middle-class family. Right. I don't care what neighborhood you lived in. Guess what? The kids had a healthy respect for the police.
Oh, yes, they did, Mike, I tell you. Mike, just one more thing and I'll go. And the thing is, Mike, I was not only a Vatican I Catholic, my aunt was a Carmelite nun. You want to talk about she makes the fine nuns who are guilty. My mother, the Carmelite nuns.
Oh, God,
oh my
yes.
God.
They were cloistered. They were cloistered.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, they were tougher than some drill instructors.
Oh, I know.
I tell you.
Maybe,
But Mike,
I don't know.
Talking with you, sir.
You too, Dave. Enjoy your Chick-fil-A. I'm jealous. Have a good time.
I will.
All right, enjoy it, Dave. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Call me anytime. Brian and Munho, and then Joanne. You guys are going to be the next two. Yeah, I do you think I'm crazy? Am I just like an old man now? They say the older you get, the more Republican you get, but that's not me. That's not, especially now, believe me. But I look. I mean, I don't care what anyone's race is, where they're from. I don't think police get the respect I don't think teachers get the respect that we gave them, or the police, or the elders, or this or that. I'll tell you one thing. In my day, if a cop showed up at your house, a teacher called your parents, a coach called your parents, a store manager called your parents, you were in trouble. And I mean deep trouble. And your mother would say, when your father gets home, and you'd wait in your bedroom scared to hell and back. I don't know what happened to that. Maybe it's true for a lot of families. I don't know. But I'm sorry. I don't think I'm wrong. I think I'm talking about kids and high school kids, jeering adults as they walk down the street, and just such bravado and thuggery. I think it's terrible. I just do. I just really do. And it transcends race. It transcends background. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't want to be negative about that. And don't sit there and email me and say, Pittsburgh Public Schools is the best. I know. What did I say? I know more people who went to successful from Pittsburgh Public Schools than not. And I do. And I said in the beginning of this, I said, I don't want Pittsburgh Public Schools to fail. I want it to succeed. I want it to succeed. All I'm saying is, if a superintendent wants to make headway on these teen takeovers, for me, and I'm sure his IQ's beyond mine, but if it was me, if it were me, I'd address the parents first. Not the staff, not teachers, but the parents. And I've been saying that for years. This is nothing new. It's nothing new. Teachers and police officers, we throw too much at them. We really do. 866-391-1020. News with David Ballarado coming right up.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kenotic and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 86 degrees at 7:30. I'm David Ballarado. Pittsburgh bringing city leaders together from across North America to discuss ways to fight hatred and extremism. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has more.
The Strong Cities Network held its mayoral retreat in Pittsburgh, bringing together mayors, government leaders, and community partners to talk about addressing hate, polarization, and division. Mayor Corey O'Connor says local governments play a key role in building stronger, more connected communities.
Hearing about what other cities are doing, how they've organized to get people's voices at the table. You know, again, people that have been discriminated against in the past. How do we change that narrative? And I think if we have more and more cities and mayors rowing in the same direction, we'll get a lot accomplished.
Organizers say the goal is for leaders to leave Pittsburgh with ideas and strategies they can take back to their own cities. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
A 26-year-old Erie man is charged with posting violent and anti-Semitic threats on X. Sean Brokos of the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh says the arrest of Eric Holman shows threats against the Jewish people will not go unanswered.
But they were very direct in the sense that it was a call to kill Jewish people, go to your local synagogue, take a weapon, wear black, and go in and kill as many as you can.
A bar in New Kensington has been ordered closed after a series of violent incidents, including a man accused of fatally shooting his brother. A Westmoreland County judge has granted the district attorney's injunction to close the Elks Lodge on 3rd Avenue. The DA's office says the Elks Lodge will remain closed for 1 year, and it created an environment that fostered criminal and disruptive behavior in the nearby community. The DA there filed the injunction after 46-year-old Jeffrey Ballard, the bouncer at the Elks Club, was shot in the upper thigh outside the club where he bled out and died last December. His brother, 38-year-old Stephen Ballard, faces criminal homicide and other charges in that shooting. KDKA Sports, Dustin May won his Milwaukee debut, and Jackson Chourio and Gary Sanchez hit home runs as the Brewers defeated the Pirates 5-2. The Bucks come home to host the Mets tomorrow. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update is at 8. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound,
and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
To make exercise a habit, find something you enjoy, like shopping. It counts as a workout when it's Kohl's Active Sale. Get 20% off across the store and 25% off top active brands that'll have you feeling your best. Adding to your cart is pretty much cardio, right? Find out at Kohl's. Select styles. 25% offer ends August 15th. 20% offer ends August 16th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Mostly cloudy and muggy tonight with a thunderstorm in spots, low 69. We'll have clouds and some sunshine tomorrow and Saturday. It's going to be humid with a couple of showers and thunderstorms around both days. High temperatures will be in the low to mid 80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy tonight. It will be muggy with a thunderstorm in parts of the area, low around 69. We'll have clouds and breaks of sun tomorrow. It's going to be a humid day with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. Yes, indeed. Ooh, baby. 866-391-1020. Okay, going in order. Joanne, you're next. Joanne in Point Breeze, where have you been? I haven't heard from you in forever.
Oh, Michael, it's so nice to hear you.
Oh, it's nice to hear from you.
It's you're one of the very few that when you have open talk or something, anyway, I don't want to go into it, but I know what they're doing down there, which is crazy. You're the only one of the few that have common sense.
Oh, you're so sweet, Joanne. Thank you. But everybody has different opinions,
Absolutely, and you respect them. I mean, when I hear them, I'm going to talk about the school, but when I hear them talking about the Democrats and progressive, you don't have to agree with everything these people are saying, but they have a right to their own opinion. Just get out there and work and get your own party in or your own person in. But anyway, to talk about this schools. This happened a long time ago when these parents said, "You can't touch my child."
How did Joanne? That was my. How did that happen?
They didn't go to the PTA meetings. They were working, but they'd come home and talk about what happened, and it was just crazy. You don't touch my child. Well, you're not touching your child, and everybody else is being annoyed by the nonsense that's happening with these children. It's sad.
It is sad.
It is sad. And then when you had, I've seen it even in college where if they didn't get what they wanted, their parents would lawyer up, whether it's grades or what.
Oh, yeah.
And I know you've seen that too.
I tell you,
that happened.
I'm telling you that my buddy who's a teacher at a private school, I'm not talking public now, but it goes both ways. He said, back in the day, if you got in trouble, if it was a public school or a private school, and that school called your parents, you were in deep, what, and you got home, you got your butt kicked. But listen, and I'm not saying people should beat their kids. The discipline, well, then you're not going to hurt a kid. But that my friend told me that if a teacher looks at a kid the wrong way now, they tell the parents, and the parents want to sue the school. And I believe it.
Yes, that's exactly what happens. And then you have these parents that are saying, my child is my friend. No, you are a parent. They need some discipline.
They need nurturing, and discipline's a part of that, Joanne.
Exactly. And now the children, they have these little phones. They know everything. Children, it's sad. A lot of them are not children because they have so much knowledge and so much nonsense in their heads and what they see. It's just disgusting. But the final thing I do want to say is, first of all, when you have 11, 12, 13-year-olds can get guns, nobody's talking about gun control. These children feel that they're tough and they have guns, and it's just awful what's going on with these children now. And then, parents, there's some responsibility, but you look at your history, you cannot have somebody's making money from these children that's able to get a gun. So they think they're tough, Nobody can bother me.
Yeah.
And they have got it completely out of control of what happens with these children.
And you know what, Joanne, you mentioned something that's very critical that I've forgotten. I'm glad you brought something up when you said they have the knowledge, and what you were really getting at is, listen, and I think this needs to be said. These kids, back, let's pretend it was when I was a teenager, 1978. Okay, how would I know if we were going to go somewhere? Someone had to call your house, and your mother and they knew who you were talking to, and as soon as you hung up that phone, they said, What are you talking about? Where you going? Where you going? With now?
Exactly.
All right, now, Joanne, you know what I'm saying. Now, these kids get a text, and on the texting chain, there's 500 people, and they say, "Hey, teen takeover outside of Chipotle at Market Square." And everybody runs outside of Target in East Liberty, out in Oakland or whatever. I don't care what neighborhood. And they all get on buses. They're all getting their cars and they go. And this is, my point is, back in the day, the parents knew exactly who you were talking to on the phone. We didn't even have call waiting back in those days. If you called someone and they were on the phone, it was remember that? So, but now,
Absolutely.
don't the parents have a responsibility to look at the kids' phone if they're under 18? Right around that age, to look at the phone, try to find out where they're going, all that type stuff. I mean, the kids, that's up to me. That's not up to a teacher. That's up to a parent.
You're absolutely right, Michael. And then when you have a child that's not paying rent, not doing anything, can lock their door and say, "I don't want you in my room." I mean, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Get your own home. You can have your own room, but as long as you're in my home, and they don't have that anymore. No discipline. You don't lock your door and get on that phone in your room. Who knows what's going on? It's sad. I just feel so bad for these children because it's just sad. And then I don't think they realize it's not just you. It's other people out there that their safety too. So it's completely out of control, but I think the first thing they need to start doing is find out who's giving these guns to 11, 12, and 13-year-old kids, and then they feel like they're the tough man on duty because they're not going to, if they get the fight, and next thing you look around, it's not a fight, it's a shootout. So anyway, Michael, keep up the good work.
Thanks,
I'm always glad to hear you.
Thank you very much, Joanne. It's great to hear from you. I think maybe at the end of the day, what we're saying is get back to the basics. I was just thinking, and nothing gets under my skin worse than, and I've seen it. If a police officer, and are there bad police officers? Yes. Are there bad radio hosts? Yes. Are there bad teachers? Yes. We're not naive. But I know a lot of police officers who are wonderful people. Men and women. Absolutely. And they do fear now because we've made it so, not me, hopefully not you, but I know who did. They've made it so ridiculously difficult for police officers. The kids aren't giving them any respect. If they grab a kid, pull him to the side, and there's video of it, people want that police officer to lose his or her job. That's so ridiculous to me. It really is. If a cop broke the law, yes. The cop broke the law, yes. And the same thing's true with teachers. Where was that? A teacher broke up a fight and grabbed a kid. They fell to the ground. And I'm almost certain that teacher lost their job because it was on video. Because it had the optics of abuse. And it wasn't. I forget the school district. It wasn't the city. Can't remember. It was near here, though. What I'm saying is, can we get back to common sense basics? Can we? That's all I'm saying. Can we? Why be afraid to address parents? To say, where the hell are you when your kid is downtown at 12:30? Where the hell are you? Why are we? What's wrong with that? Why are we afraid to do it? That's stupid. Very stupid. Brian and Munho, you're next when I get back after break. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hi, this is Father Tom Barker, the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we focus how our Catholic schools are entering a new era of collaboration. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos in the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Okie dokie. Back to the phones we go. Brian in Munhall. Brian, you're next, bro. Hi, Brian.
Hey, Michael. How are you tonight?
I'm fine. How are you? How's one of my favorite Trumpers doing? My man.
No, you know what? I'm not going to actually talk about really anything political.
Okay, all right.
Hey, do you mind? I asked your producer. I'll get to that point later. If I was going to ask you, last weekend you were talking about physician-assisted suicide.
You mean that New York City law? Yeah, that New York City law, the new one? Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, hey, let me give your audience a little entertainment. I grew up in West Mifflin, but my parents wanted us to go to Catholic school. I went to Holy Angel School in Hayes.
I know it very well. That used to be the best fish fry, probably still is.
Yeah, but anyway, here, I remember this. You might find it comical or bizarre. I had my second grade teacher was a nun. And one for some reason she had us all on all four sides of the classroom. I don't know what we were doing. It was some exercise.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe you would spell a word. Yeah. And I had this habit that I got a piece of chalk as I was in front of the chalkboard, and I don't know what I wrote. I didn't write a swear word.
Yeah.
I might have drew a funny face. You know what the nun did, Michael?
What?
She came over, turned me over, picked me up by my legs, and shook me.
Like where your head was almost hitting the floor?
Yeah, that's right. You know what? No.
I bet you never picked up that chalk again.
that she only did that to one other classmate in at that time. And you know what other was interesting? Here, I'll get to what I'm going to ask you. I don't want to take your whole night.
It's okay.
Lyndon Johnson stopped in the front of Holy Angel School. Now, this, I would have been in first grade then, in the April of 1964. He had done a speech at the Steelworkers Union in the South Side.
Yeah.
He was going back to the county airport because that's where they landed the Air Force.
Oh, yeah.
Air Force One. He directed his staff, or motorcade, to stop, and he did an actual speech on the front of our steps.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's true. It's in Time magazine.
Do we have any pictures of that?
Yeah, I looked it up one time. It's in Time magazine, a very small picture, and the Pittsburgh Press did a picture. You can see the logo.
In 64, he would have been president because Kennedy was killed in 63.
He was president. But he did a speech, and that was probably the biggest highlight of that school's history.
Wow, I never heard that in my life. And what was that famous priest that was down there that did the short masses? Not Conroy,
maybe Father Crowley.
Crowley, that's him. Crowley, that's it. Yeah, that's his name. Yeah. He was a cool cat. He was cool.
I knew him pretty well.
Wow.
Hey, anyway, do you mind me? I'm not trying to do the switcheroo on you.
No, it's okay, Brian.
I'd like to ask a question or a comment about this growing acceptance of physician-assisted suicide.
Yeah.
Has anybody brought up the topic? As far as I understand, any life insurance policy, if they can prove that you took your own life, and now I don't even know how they would interpret that, because technically you're not taking your own life. Are you going to get the proceeds of your life insurance policy?
That is a very interesting question. I don't know the exact answer to it, but I would suspect, could that be part of the legislation? And you know what, Brian? I don't know. I never even thought of that. Back in the day, if you committed suicide, you didn't get the insurance money, right?
Right. Because sometimes it would have to be proven. I don't know. They do an autopsy or something.
Yeah, but this wouldn't this qualify as a medical death and not necessarily suicide? I don't think this qualifies as suicide. This bill wasn't even called physician-assisted suicide in New York, and 14 other states have it. It was called assisted medical death or something. I don't know. But Brian, that's a hell of a question. I don't know the answer. Honest to God, I don't.
Hey, I heard that now. I just take it as not official information. When some people have that done, they don't die within the expected time frame sometimes. They can throw up.
Oh, I mean when they take the medication? I don't know.
Yeah, they can have other symptoms that they're probably suffering from before their demise.
I hope that's not true. I thought that this medication was researched, and it's, for the most part, I mean, maybe that's an unusual case, Brian, what you're talking about, but for the most part, listen, if I'm terminally ill and there's no chance here, and I have 6 months to live, I'm told, I want the best quality of life. I don't, I guess that depends on age, all that type of stuff. I don't want to be vomiting every single day under chemotherapy and all that kind of stuff. I mean, yes, it has to be well thought out, but they listen, in order to do this legally, because this is legal, you have to meet with therapists and psychologists first for them to sign off on this. There's a whole rigmarole of what you have to do. That's why I think insurance companies, it's not considered suicide, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, Michael, one time I did this only once. I had a dog. Actually, it was my mother's dog.
Mm-hmm.
When she died, I took the dog for her remaining years of life.
Mm-hmm.
And she was a little Shih Tzu.
Mm-hmm.
But she started developing a cough about 6 months before her death. Well, I had her euthanized.
Mm-hmm.
But I took her to a vet near here, and he said she has a heart murmur.
Yeah.
I said, well, what could cause that? He said, well, she might have a tumor around her heart.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not high income, and I don't know what it would have cost. Without an X-ray, I don't know if that was the cause. But one morning, she woke up. She seemed pretty. The coughing started to continue, and it was get a little worse. She woke up. She took a long drink of water, and then she threw it all up.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew I didn't have an appointment, but I took the dog down. It's only a couple blocks away. I took her down and said, if she can't hold down water, she's got a serious problem.
Yeah, Brian, don't worry about that because and I'm sure the vet told you, it's a lot of times we keep our pet. Listen, Brian, I put several dogs down that I've spent 14 years apiece with and loved them every day of my life. And it's really hard. But they say, if you keep that dog alive because you want them alive and they're in pain and they're this or that and they're not going to improve, that's so selfish as a person. You're doing that for you, not your dog, and you got to take them out of their pain, that kind of thing. And I think one time I took one of my dogs to the place in Munhall where you probably went. Yeah, I think.
I think his name was Bezak.
Something like that rings a bell. Yeah.
I don't think he's the veterinarian there anymore.
Yeah. Brian, listen, I got to run here. Thanks for the call, pal.
Okay, you're welcome.
You bet.
Okay,
take care.
Mike.
All right, take care. Brian's such a friendly guy. I love him. All right, 866-391-1020. I got to do news, then I'll get back to the phone. Ralph, and then Andy. Then we're going to rock and roll here. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
And when I went to go back down to the lobby area, the door opened and there was Arnold Schwarzenegger. I stopped and I said, looks like you guys are busy. Go ahead. He goes, get in. And then Bruno tells Arnold, I hope I didn't frighten your little friend. I feel like sometimes I'm leading a Forrest Gump type life.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. When you call yourself the Voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 81 degrees at 8 o'clock. I'm David Colorado. A Fayette County woman has been found guilty by a jury of killing her 2-year-old stepchild. 32-year-old Brianna Bloyer was convicted today of third-degree murder in the death of the toddler who died 2 years ago of blunt force trauma to the head. Prosecutors presented evidence in the case showing the child's body had cuts and bruises in various stages of healing. A man who's already behind bars in Butler County is now facing new criminal attempted homicide charges here in Allegheny County. Police have charged 27-year-old Daron Winman of the North Side in connection with the July 6th shooting in Clairton. That victim had been shot several times and was taken to the hospital in stable condition. An arrest in last month's deadly car crash in West Mifflin. 40-year-old Keith Sherba is facing homicide by vehicle while DUI and several other charges in the July 11th wreck that killed 60-year-old Shelley Hunter of Whitaker. Sherba is accused of stealing a construction vehicle in Oakland, crashing it on the Birmingham Bridge before heading off to West Mifflin, where he then smashed into Hunter's car as well, killing her. His office says Republican Senator Mitch McConnell has been discharged from a rehab facility and will continue to recover at home. In a statement, McConnell says he'll maintain an intensive regimen of physical therapy. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more now from Capitol Hill.
It took McConnell's office weeks to say exactly why he was hospitalized. For a while, they said that he was only hospitalized with an undisclosed medical condition. That set off this kind of groundswell of speculation online, and only after that speculation kind of reached a fever pitch did McConnell's office come out and say that he fell, he was briefly unconscious, they said, and then he had a mild case of pneumonia, which he recovered from in the hospital.
Republicans on the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee today voted to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress, but it's unclear what will come of that contempt resolution. ABC's Peter Haralambos reports.
A contempt resolution would normally now head to the full Senate, where it would require 60 votes. However, it's unlikely the Fauci resolution would receive enough support in the full Senate to pass. So Senator Rand Paul told reporters he's instead opting to immediately send it to the Department of Justice in the hopes they'll take action. In a statement, a DOJ spokesperson confirmed they're reviewing the resolution and will, quote, work with the Senate accordingly. The committee voted along party lines to hold Fauci in contempt for invoking his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination more than 100 times last week during a hearing about his role handling the COVID-19 pandemic. Peter Haralambos, ABC News.
The Steelers are adding a new premium game day experience at Acrisure Stadium ahead of the preseason. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has that story.
The Steelers have unveiled the new 1933 Club presented by Heinz, a premium all-inclusive space inside Acrisure Stadium. The club features elevated dining and drinks, lounge seating, a center bar with a resident mixologist, grab-and-go options, and exclusive views of the Steelers' locker room entrance and player tunnel. The announcement also extends the team's long-standing partnership with the Pittsburgh-based condiment company. The 1933 Club is set to open August 13th in time for the Steelers' first preseason game. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
And KDKA Sports, the Pirates lose to the Brewers 5-2 in Milwaukee. They'll be home tomorrow night to start a weekend series against the Mets. KDK Radio News Time 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Hi, folks. I'm with our good friend John Diagardi from Rome Monument. John, you were telling me earlier that people really should not rush into choosing a memorial for their loved one. Now, why is that?
We found that families need to take ample time to grieve first. Grief is not something that we get over, but rather something that we learn to live with. So the length of time to grieve varies from person to person.
You mentioned that the monument can't be placed right away.
That's right. There are certain things that need to take place before a monument can be installed. So it's really worth taking time to think about how to plan and design a memorial that truly reflects a person's life. It's actually a healing activity that helps to alleviate grief.
John, this makes a lot of sense.
It does. And when the time is right to proceed, not only can Rome Monument help families choose and design their memorial, we can help them save as much as 50% by eliminating the middleman.
Thanks, John. Folks, you can learn more by simply visiting RomeMonuments.com.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy tonight. It will be muggy with a thunderstorm in parts of the area, low around 69. We'll have clouds that breaks the sun tomorrow. It's going to be a humid day with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Unapologetic in his talk, it's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back. It's 8:06 precisely right now. Back to the phones we go. Ralph in Pittsburgh. Ralph, you're on KDKA. Go ahead, Ralph.
Yeah, how you doing, Michael?
Good, Ralph. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, I want you to give me a J. Give me an A.
A.
I-L. Jail. For these juveniles and these parents.
I get it. I do. I get it. I do.
Jail. I'm pushing the jail thing. I mean, because Michael, this is terrible here. These politicians and these laws that they've created is just horrible, and they have to do something. Somebody has to change something here, and it starts with going to the polls and voting some of these people out that are not willing to have a backbone to do something, and that's where the problem lies, right there. And they have to change some of these policies. They have to change some of these laws, and they have to, get a grip on these juvenile takeovers. Or else, what's going to happen is we're going to have more problems with this, and we're having more problems with it because of the laws. And you know what? Gun laws, they can only create gun laws. They've tried, but the NRA keeps getting in the middle of it. And I have no problem with the NRA, but I have a problem when you keep interfering with gun laws, So
I got you. Brian, thanks a lot for the call. I appreciate it. Thanks, Brian. I'm sorry, Ralph. Go ahead. Andy in Butler. Andy, you're on KDK. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, it's good talking to you. Haven't talked to you in a little while.
Yeah, last week was a week ago.
A week ago, yeah, I believe so. So real quick, first off, that New York law you were talking about with the nuns, is that the assisted suicide law?
Yeah,
the one mandating that they give counseling?
Part of the law, and I don't have it in front of me like I did last week, but part of the law said you had to have counseling before, or the medical professionals to sign off on it if you would not to commit suicide, but to actually do it. Put yourself. It kind of is. I guess it is. Yeah.
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 So if you're going to force nuns to do the counseling, that's really easy. They're going to look at you and say your soul will burn for everlasting eternity.
No, not nuns, psychiatrists, not nuns. Did I say nuns?
I saw a thing that was talking about a New York assisted suicide law that involved nuns.
No, it was the nun. I say what it was, what you saw. I think the nuns were the nuns and those folks don't have to be involved in this legislation. What is that? They got a what is that word, Andy? An exemption. They got an exemption.
An exemption.
Yeah,
right.
The Catholic Church, I think, did too. Yeah.
Right. If they had to get an exemption, it was because they were originally required to do so. And then they would have said, we can't do that. You need to give us an exemption. And they would have gotten an exemption. So it must have been that they were originally required to do that, in which case, like I said, they would just tell people, well, your soul will spend eternity in torment. That's my counseling to you. Now, if you want to kill yourself, go ahead. But you were talking about police and teachers and getting away from crazy, all right? And the fact that, they don't get respected anymore, all right? And it made me think of, I believe, Mayor Mondami in New York basically just got booed off a stage for a police appreciation event because people realized that he's anti-police. And they didn't want him there, okay? So, some people even in New York are starting to wake up to, getting away from crazy. And I know you'll say, there's a lot of crazy in the MAGAs, but you got a lot of crazy on your side. Like the one lady, I think, running for governor in Minnesota who said we should cancel Thanksgiving. Now she says
crazy, totally crazy.
Now she says it's her favorite holiday.
I know, wait a minute. I was going to bring that up tonight. She's the one running for governor in Wisconsin.
Possibly. It's Francesca Wong.
Hong. Yeah.
Yeah. She's the cancel Thanksgiving crazy, who now loves Thanksgiving. You know, Mondami is definitely not favored by the police in New York. And realize police departments are a reflection of, the city of Pittsburgh's police. Basically, they work for the chief of police, who falls under the mayor. Right?
Yeah, but you know what? I'll tell you what, Andy. You know what I was going to bring up, and I know the Democrats are struggling with what happened in Michigan the other night. But you know, Mamdani is the outside. Yeah, correct. But you know, I'll tell you something. New York establishment people like me, that's what they call us. They're getting used to him because, you know, Mamdani announced yesterday that the trending for crime in July, it was down 13% compared to the year before, and that's shootings and homicides. And the mayor gets credit for that. I don't know if that's fair. I think the police could get credit for it, but he's the one that announces it because, you know, the commissioner wants to announce it, but the mayor trumps him.
Well, like I said, the police work for the chief of police, and the chief of police reports to the mayor. So if crime goes down, you want to give the mayor credit for his policies being effective, then I give him credit for his policies being effective. At the same time, okay, for what you were saying, if police snatch up a student at a school, all right, and treat that student in an inappropriate manner, okay, that too should reflect on a chief of police and the mayor, not just the officer involved, because the chief of police and the mayor are responsible for the policies that those officers are told to enforce and the training that they get. Okay, if they identify an area where they think their officers could use different training, it's their responsibility to get them that training. So when things go well, I'm happy to have a mayor receive the credit that he's due. I just like their feet held to the fire a little bit better when things don't go well.
I don't disagree with that. I really don't, Andy. I really don't. And I think I'll tell you who was held to the fire. I think the last administration in this city, I think, was held to the fire pretty damn good by the media. I do. And Corey's going to be held to the fire, too. By the way, I have a follow-up for you. Okay. Since you're talking right now. Do you remember the question you asked me last week was
yeah, I do.
Yeah,
Did you?
Yeah. It was paid leave, is what they said. Yeah.
She was what?
She was on paid leave, is what Anna Morado said. I'm almost certain of it because I asked even Colin, I asked everyone, and because we all, and I wanted to follow up with you on that because that's a valid question. And Anna Morado said she was on paid leave. Yeah.
She was on paid leave.
Yeah.
So the takeaway from that is, okay, if I tell you, you should go jump off a bridge, Bartley, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not talking. But when you do it, I'm talking about, take a header into the concrete, pillar of the bridge.
Yeah.
I should receive paid vacation.
Agreed.
Because I'm going to work and I'm getting paid. Okay. Well, then that's you know what? And I'm glad you found out, and I'm glad you got back with me on it.
Yeah.
And I believe Sarah should get all the credit she's due. Okay, for giving somebody a paid vacation when that person told somebody else to go off themselves.
And I think people are PO'd about it. I do, and I think and rightly so. I do. And I'm not just saying that because I work with Colin and we're friends. I'm not.
No.
I'm not.
No, actually, I consider you and Colin to probably be a little bit at odds of the political spectrum. Bit,
and we probably are on a lot. We probably are in a lot of things, but we're friends. I mean, that's just the way things work. Yeah.
Right. Well, no, it's good to have a little tension sometimes.
Of course, yeah. It makes life fun.
Yeah,
it makes life fun.
You get dialogue.
Yeah.
But then to finish up, because I don't want to take too much time, then getting back to, can we get away from crazy concerning police and other things like that? Maybe it's time to get away from a little bit of crazy when it comes to one of the people in my administration told somebody that they ought to go kill themselves, and I rewarded them with paid vacation time.
Andy?
That's a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I agree. Andy, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Laura and Ambridge, you're next. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Marty Griffin. Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free. 48 months with 0% interest, same as cash. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK. So I'm getting some pushback on one of Andy's comments about Mamdani being booed by the police. Several listeners of my show emailed and sent media accounts that Mamdani was booed by civilians and local residents in the crowd. This thing was at it was Midland Beach, an outdoor community event. Drew 3,500 local residents, families. It's in Staten Island, and Staten Island's one of those boroughs that leans politically conservative and pro-police than the rest of the city. So I'm just passing that along because I got, like, in 5 seconds, I got a bunch of texts about that. So, Andy, it wasn't just police. Maybe there was some police in the crowd, but it was residents and all that type stuff as well. You know what I mean? So, okay. Laura and Ambridge. Laura, you're on KDK. Go ahead, Laura.
Hi, Michael. Thank you for taking my call.
Absolutely.
So
you were talking earlier about like why we see juveniles all like getting guns at 13 and, you know, where are the parents? Well, obviously the parents, you know, are part of the issue, but I think there's an issue even deep that goes beyond just the parents. I think the problem in all of this is overcorrection. I think now across generations, as long as we've had schools, and before the internet, there were bad teachers. You know,
There were. I'm sorry. There were what, Laura? There were what? There were what before the internet?
You know, you would hear about bad teachers.
Oh, bad
and,
teachers.
You know, it all
Okay, I'm
kinda,
sorry. I'm sorry. I missed that. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, you know, bad teachers, bad cops, bad priests, you name it. But it all kind of got swept under the rug, as we all know. And then the internet came, and all of a sudden everyone had access to all this information. And even before the internet really boomed, you know, more recently you see all of this information coming out about, you know, you had the Me Too movement. You have students can use their smartphones to record videos of their teachers misbehaving, and it can be shared across everything. And there's no doubt that, you know, these teachers are bad, these cops are, you know, same thing with cops. And I think what happened is we overcorrected as a society where we see all these problem people, but they're actually in the minority in their professions. There are plenty of great teachers, plenty of great cops, plenty of great priests. However, as we've seen with this, as me and you have both seen with the church, and we can't deny that this probably had a big thing to do with it, is when the list came out about all the awful priests, I'm sure that drove a lot of people away from the church. And I'm sure it comes into decision making now. You know, personally, if I were a parent, I would think twice about letting my child be an altar boy or girl, just because of everything that happened. And I hope I'm making sense with all this.
You are. Of course you are. And I have family members who say the same thing, right, to this day. And I get it. I do. There was a lot of arrogance with the hierarchy and not addressing this directly. And it was horrible. And you know, and I praise Josh Shapiro. You know, people in my religion, and you know, they hate Josh Shapiro for it. I'm like, what do you mean? You know, and listen, I you know, Laura, I'm in a Catholic church every Sunday. It's that's who I am. But I'm not going to sit there and pretend this didn't happen. It did, and you know, I sure as hell hope that things are much better now. I see people coming back to the church, but I praise Josh Shapiro for having the fortitude to take this on. It was courageous and brilliant, and everything he did was good for the church. They finally dropped their arrogance and became honest.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem now is you think about all those years of, you know, swept it under the rug, and now, you know, not just, you know, the Catholic Church, but the police as well.
Yeah.
You know, all the stories about Ronnie King Jr. and, you know, like actual evidence, you know, police brutality. And so now you have, well, we need to fix the system, but they've tried to overcorrect. You know, you have people who have been wrongly accused that were in prison for years, and then thankfully through DNA. And you know, it goes back to, well, how did we miss all this? And so now we got to overcorrect and, you know, maybe be a little bit more lax on. And I think that's the problem is they're trying to be more lax, but they're trying to be lax to everyone, which shouldn't happen because there are still a lot of bad people out there. Not all of them are, you know, just misfortunate.
Yeah, I agree.
And Yeah, sorry, that was long-winded.
No, that's okay, Laura. Laura, listen, thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it, okay?
All right, thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Laura and Ambridge. Call me anytime. Anytime. So, when I get back from the break, and I know I got to get to Anthony and Craig. I know that. Everybody just hold your horses here. Man, it's 8:30 at night. My God, have mercy. I want to get into a couple things, and I'm just going to throw them out. If you want to comment on, I'd be fine too. Trump today issues new executive order aimed at birthright citizenship, even after the Supreme Court ruling. He was in Las Vegas yesterday saying this is the greatest economy ever. Huh? Are you kidding? The Senate committee under that whack job from Kentucky, crazy, Rand Paul, they voted to hold Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress. This Fauci thing is unbelievably, it's crazy stuff. It's so divided, just crazy. And then I want to get into also, the Michigan thing, the Wisconsin thing, the Democratic Socialists. They have the upper hand up there, boy. I'll tell you right now. Yes, indeed. El Sayed elected. Democrats. James Carville nervous now. I'm a little nervous now. That seemed to be a safe seat for us. We'll see. But I liked what he said when he won the primary. I do. I'll talk a little bit more about that. I will. Yep. And a couple of other issues as well. All right. News coming up.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at StAnthonyKids.org.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss cooking with peppers. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. For mental health harm to children, a New Mexico court ordering Meta to pay $567 million. Meta saying it will appeal, saying it works to protect young users. For the first time, scientists have used AI to create viruses that don't exist in nature. The report today in the journal Science says the research did not use data on viruses that could infect people, animals, or plants. Systems down at Minneapolis air traffic control for a while today, grounding flights in 9 states, confusing pilots in the tower at Minneapolis-St. Paul.
What's going on with the airspace?
Center is shut down, completely shut down. I think they're having frequency and or radar issues, so that's what the issue is. And there, as of now, 0 updates.
The FAA not sure what brought the systems down. A Florida man is facing attempted murder charges for allegedly shutting off a diver's air supply in a turf fight over lobster rights. The family of the suspect denies the charge, noting that Michael Simpson serves on a boating safety council. This is ABC News.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Hey, Bucco fans, join us for a family fun day at the ballpark, Sunday, August 9th, when the Pirates take on the New York Mets at 1:35. Arrive early to enjoy the Family Fun Zone on Federal Street, presented by C&M Play Studio. Then head into the ballpark where all kids 14 and under take home a Pirates puzzle that's fun for the whole family, presented by Clean Express Auto Wash. Be sure to stay after the game for Kids Run the Bases, presented by Chicken of the Sea. Get your tickets at pirates.com.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy and muggy tonight with a thunderstorm in spots, low 69. We'll have clouds and some sunshine tomorrow and Saturday. It's going to be humid with a couple of showers and thunderstorms around both days. High temperatures will be in the low to mid 80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back. This is a good jam right here. All right, Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK. I want to pick up the calls here in a minute, though. Here was the other thing I wanted to, you know. How about today, the story? There's no final decision on the future of the Qatar-donated Air Force One. I told you that Trump's going to take this plane. He is. I think he's going to take this plane. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sources familiar with the proposed arrangement have previously told ABC News that ownership of the plane will be transferred shortly before Trump leaves office to the Donald J. Trump Presidential Library Foundation. But now people in Trump's family have stated that that is not the plan. Yeah, makes you wonder what's going to happen there. $400 million plane, luxury plane, and retrofitted with another $400 million for security that we paid for. Yes, indeed. Okay. Let me just get a few of my topics out before I get back to the phone calls. That you can run roughshod on me for all of them. All right. So the Fauci, this is just me. The Fauci thing today, holding him in contempt, is very good politically for the Democrats. And that's my view. Very good. Very, very good. Look at the polls. I won't have to go into it as much as you want me to or need me to, but just check it out. People have had it with how he's been treated. Had it. Trump goes to Las Vegas yesterday. He talks to people in the hospitality industry. And Vegas is in trouble because of the economy. Because people cutting back because of the price of gas, because of the price of food, because of the price of everything. Vegas saw, since Trump took office, 3.1 million fewer visitors last year. That's 8% off of what the total would be. Yeah. Trump goes out there to tout the economy. He said it's the greatest economy ever. And those are his words, the greatest economy ever. That's what he says. And he says, look, no tax on tips. Isn't it wonderful? The media, of course, takes the people aside. There was a guy that works at Binion Horseshoe, the downtown Vegas. I love going there. Play cards, have a steak. It's wonderful. And Binion's has a nice restaurant, too. And he works in the restaurant, this guy. And they said, what the hell are you talking about? No tax on tips. Well, sure, it helped me. And then it crushed me because everything I spend my tips on and the new tax break I got didn't mean a hill of beans. Because he lived out in the suburbs and had to come into the where all the hotels and casinos are, the Strip in Vegas. Parking prices, gas prices, food prices, travel prices, all of it. Energy prices, utility prices, all of it. Getting their butts kicked. Just like people here. Okay? Yeah, just like people here. Yeah. So today the breaking news was Trump. I'm just throwing these out because I only have an hour and a half left here. Let me just take my segment, then I'll get back to the phones. Today, Trump signed 2 executive orders in his latest effort to refuse citizenship of some children born in the United States. This is after the Supreme Court struck down his earlier executive order aiming to end birthright citizenship. Trump said today, quote, "We had a very unfortunate decision in the Supreme Court concerning birthright. It was close, but a very, very unfortunate decision, so we're making adjustments." What's that crazy guy that works for Trump, Stephen Miller? He said, the idea that people come here pretending to be a tourist, pretending to be a visitor, saying they want to go to Disneyland or whatever they want, wherever they want to go, visit a monument or go to a national park, but the real reason they're here is to have a child, to make that child an automatic citizen, leave our country, and then have a U.S. citizen child. And I don't think the Supreme Court, I think whatever Trump does, the Supreme Court's gonna crush him again. Now, on the right side, Tucker Carlson, that crowd, they can't stand MAGA now. They can't stand Trump now. Okay? And they're all looking to leave the Republican Party and going on and on about it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, tearing Trump to shreds. So they have their turmoil. On the left side, we have our terminal and people who are very, very nervous because of what happened in Michigan Tuesday night. Okay? Abdul El-Sayed won the Democratic primary in Michigan. It was tight. He beat Haley Stevens, who was a congresswoman. She's Michael Bartley and, a middle-of-the-road establishment Democrat. But, and I thought to myself, oh, man, Does this open us up for holding Gary Stevens' seat? Because I think we're going to win Maine, Texas, Ohio, North Carolina. That's 4. I think we're going to win Iowa. And but you know, could the Republicans now win Michigan because a Democratic Socialist was nominated by the party? Maybe. Doesn't look at that way. But they went on the attack like crazy. And the establishment Democrats are nervous. James Carville, saying he's going to leave the party and because of this and some peripheral stuff. Bernie Sanders saying, hey, go start your own party if you want. And Bernie Sanders has a lot of nerve. But in any event, I like what this young man, nice looking guy, Abdul El Sayed. I think he's a doctor, I believe. And how he in his he wouldn't allow anyone to jeer or whatever about Haley Stevens, and she was phenomenal. She came on and said, listen, we lost this, but I wholeheartedly support Abdul El Sayed wholeheartedly. If this party doesn't unite, we lose. The same thing is going on in Wisconsin, my old state. The gubernatorial race there, Tony Evers is done, but Francesca Hong is the leading candidate in the primary. I think the primary election is next Tuesday, I believe. And she's a Democratic Socialist Progressive, and she's very ahead in the polls. And she's the front runner, no doubt about it. I'll give it to the progressives and the socialists that they are competing like crazy. And I think Trump is creating this. I think Trump is, I think people just, I think there are some Democrats who don't care. They're just it's an anti-Trump vote. But if she wins, is pledging to unite the party. Quote unquote, we absolutely need every single vote, and we'll be fighting to earn every single vote. She said, quote, I've talked to moderates and independents, Republicans, folks who don't have a political home right now, and they have a lot of concerns about what's going on. Yeah. And they have concerns about what I've said in the past. And she's the one, Andy brought this up, and I guess, she owed up to it. She, made declarations to abolish the police and cancel Thanksgiving, and that she's turning around on all that type of stuff. And she has to. And this El Sayed, if he wants to be elected to the U.S. Senate, has to get in the middle. He's got to get in the middle and appeal to the unhappy Republicans who can't stand Trump now, the unhappy independents, the majority of whom who voted for Trump can't stand Trump now, and people have to get on the same page. Do you think the Democratic Party, after all of this, could unite? Do you think so? Here's my take. And I haven't said this before tonight. When I heard this El Sayed and then I read up on him, I haven't done a lot of research on this Hong in Wisconsin for the governorship there. And that's very competitive. I think the Republican has a lot of money. There'll be fear campaigns. And the Democrats, we do it too, but we do it against MAGA people. Oh, he's tied to Trump and oil gas prices and the war, and Trump messed everything up and blah, blah, blah. That's politics. That's what happens. Depending on the candidate, and I've voted for Republicans in my life. Jack Hines, Arnold Specter, Tom Corbett, my main man, known him for years. Pennsylvania governor. I was sad that he lost re-election. I voted for George H.W. Bush. His chief of political affairs was a dear friend of mine. Never voted for the Sun. Couldn't stand him, but I like him now. He's a regular Republican, country club Republican, taxes, blah, blah. Depending on the candidate, I'd have no trouble supporting a progressive socialist over a MAGA candidate that Trump puts in. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The question is, can Democrats unite? Can they unite? If they do, look out. Look out. And they can frame this because people are really unhappy. I give you these polls once a week. How unhappy people are. They've had it. They've had it with Trump. You could feel it. They're done. They're sick of it. That's just my take. Tuesday night, it was no surprise that El Sayed won. He was up. He's an appealing guy. You know, here's this Mom Donnie in New York. Crime is down. Crime is down. He's not abolishing the police. No. Crime is down. People are giving him some good marks already. I didn't know who El Sayed, but I'll tell you, this Michigan is a linchpin. If Democrats lose that seat, we're in trouble. Believe me. Because we can win 4 of the others. We have to turn 4 but hold the rest. If we can't hold Michigan, we're in trouble. Just saying. All right. Back to the phones when I get back. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okie dokie, welcome back. 866-391-1020. Here we go. Anthony in Oakland. Anthony, you are next.
You know, these Democratic socialists don't have me fooled one bit. The only reason that said, what's his last name? Syed?
I think it's El Sayed.
Yeah, El Sayed. The only reason he won let's be very clear. That I think her name is Morrow. She garnered 61,000 votes. She took them away from Stevens. She dropped out the race, but she waited around so she couldn't be taken off the ballot. She was a so-called progressive too. Progressive. She was more of a centrist though. She's in their Senate in Michigan, but she wasn't as kooky as Syed. But when they asked her to drop out earlier on so she'd be taken off the ballot, she refused. She stayed on the ballot. She garnered 61,000 votes, and Stevens lost by 14,000. She would have been. She was the difference. That's how you got Mandami also, because Cuomo, if that Republican would have consolidated around Cuomo, they wouldn't have had Mandami. He didn't do it. Same thing here. Michael Lamb, when we had Weinstein running. We said, listen, if you two, you'll cancel each other out, we'll get a Democratic socialist, and that's how we got Sarah Innamorato. I mean, they're working these things. They shouldn't get a lot of credit for what they're doing. They're taking advantage of the ignorance and stupidity of the Democratic Party, who are allowing their egos to interfere with their common sense. We don't want these people in charge. I mean, these people believe, they always talk about this nonsense about free child care, free Medicare for all. They never tell you, well, how do you pay for that when we're already at a $1 trillion deficit? How do you pay for all this free stuff? And that's what's wrong with Americans today. They've gotten too much free stuff from SSI and SSD, which has been abused. So, I mean, the Social Security program was for widows and children and people who retired, who worked. Well, if you didn't have a work history, why are you getting Social Security? I mean, they didn't even accumulate enough quarters. So, so we got people, Americans, taking advantage of the system. You got these Democratic socialists running around talking about free stuff for everybody. Well, but never tell you how it's going to be paid for. Government supermarkets and all this other nonsense. And so this Syed, I hope Mike Rogers beats him. I'm just going to come right out and tell you. I hope Mike Rogers beats them. And if the Republicans are smart, because you see, the blacks of Detroit, they didn't vote for that Syed guy. They ain't with him. They were with Stevens. That's how she.
And if African Americans in Detroit stay home, this is over.
Oh, they're going to stay home. They listen. Well, why do people think that African Americans by nature are conservative? Now you have this young crowd who wants to fit in with the limousine liberals. They're different. But the most of, and I know I'm 70 years old, so I think I know a little bit about black people. And I know what I grew up with. Most of them are very conservative, and they're not with a small c. Not with that word conservative has been hijacked by the Republicans, but conservatives. Louis Farrakhan is one of the conservative people in the country, and so was Muhammad Ali. They're very conservative people. But my point is, we don't want free stuff for everybody. Why would we want to cancel Thanksgiving?
That was a stupid comment.
Why would we want to put a tarp over Christopher Columbus? Why would we want to put a tarp over Christopher Columbus? For the Italians, Christopher Columbus means a great deal. We're going to have the Italian weekend next week.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big deal. So these lunatics want to cover Christopher's statue up. Why?
Anthony, and my time is tight here. Let me ask you something. If you had the choice, there were two people on the ballot in the general election, a Democratic socialist versus a Trump MAGA person, would you vote for the MAGA person?
I would vote for the MAGA person.
Wow,
Here's why.
okay.
They believe in immigration.
I'm not judging you. I'm just curious. I'm just judging you. I'm just curious. Yeah.
Oh, yes, I would. Mm-hmm. Because they believe in immigration. I believe in strict immigration. So did Barack Obama, by the way. Mm-hmm. I believe in capitalism. Mm-hmm. I believe in, if you allow me to work hard, I will do things for myself. I'm a self-sufficient person. I don't want government handouts. I don't believe in 18 weeks paid family leave and put the burden on small business. I believe in cutting regulations, cutting taxes. That grows corporations. Let's put it like this, and I'll leave you. These Democratic socialists keep attacking corporations. Corporations create the jobs. Social programs don't.
Anthony, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. All right, thanks a million. Yep. All right, here's the order. Ready? Because we're going to have to get to news, and then we have about an hour left. Craig, Ted, Greg, and then Dick from Dayton. You'll be my last caller if you want to get back on. All right, I'll be back after news.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus. Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Rob Pratt here. I'm talking with our good friend John Diagardi of Rome Monument about monument plans designed to meet the needs of different faiths. John, how do these pre-need plans work?
Whatever your faith, Catholic, Jewish, Protestant, or Orthodox, we have a customized monument plan for you. It enables you to get the exact monument design you want in accordance with the traditions of your religion and do so at the price you want to pay.
How important is pre-planning a monument in harmony with one's faith?
Rob, it should be as important as planning an insurance policy, a will, or choosing a cemetery. And pre-planning enables you to design, plan, and pay for the monument that best reflects you and your faith. It's also a thoughtful gift to children because it relieves them of the stress and financial responsibility of making these decisions after you passed.
Friends, learn more about these 3-year interest-free plans at one of Rome Monument's 9 showrooms or click romemonuments.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Meta just got slapped with a $500 million plus penalty for the way it designs Facebook and Instagram. A judge in New Mexico rules Meta is fueling a youth mental health crisis with features like endless scrolling and autoplay and notifications. The order says Meta must pay $567 million for treatment and prevention programs. The judge saying that it created a public nuisance. Meta says it will appeal. It is confident, it says, that its record of protecting teens online is strong. President Trump says munitions to help America fight wars are being manufactured as needed, pushing back on this.
Sources tell ABC News that when President Trump backed away from his recent threat to launch a massive attack on Iran, one factor he considered was warnings from his advisors that the missile stockpile was dwindling. The president acknowledging he'd like more.
With that being said, we always want more. We have to have more.
It takes years to make new Patriot missiles. Each one is assembled nearly entirely by hand, and they cost almost $4 million each. Compare that to the drones that Iran has been using in this war. Those cost about $35,000 each.
ABC's Rachel Scott. There's a manhunt now underway for a 27-year-old suspect after police in Arizona say 2 bodies were found in the backyard of a home. Officers finding a large amount of blood inside the house.
The grisly scene outside Phoenix. Authorities finding 2 people dead, triggering an international manhunt for a missing couple's son. Authorities responding to a welfare check Tuesday at the home of a husband, wife, and their adult son in Avondale, Arizona. Investigators say no one was inside the home, but they immediately saw signs of foul play.
ABC's Melissa Dunn. Scientists have for the first time used AI to create viruses that don't exist in nature. The report in the journal Science says that the research did not use data on viruses that could infect people. This is ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Miss North Carolina, Brittany Boltonhouse, has been stripped of her title by the Miss USA organization, saying that it doesn't tolerate racism, homophobia, transphobia, or language that strips someone of their dignity. ABC's Rhiannon Alley.
State and national organizers did not say exactly what the conduct was, only stating a title here isn't a trinket. It's a position of trust extended by an organization and accepted by a woman who agrees to carry a standard in public. When that standard is broken, the title cannot continue as though nothing happened. Boltonhouse has not commented publicly, but the Miss USA organization says she took ownership and apologized for her behavior.
She's been replaced with the runner-up. President Trump congratulated the Team USA winner, the Winter Olympians, on their medals from February's games in Italy, saying that his administration is now working on plans to pass the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, which would ban federal money being spent to schools that allow athletes who are male at birth from competing on women's sports teams.
We have a bill right now that we're trying to get passed, and if it does, we'll be bringing sports back, and you'll all be protected, and your sports will be protected, and frankly, women will be protected.
A nurse at Maine Medical Center has been released from ICE custody. Deborah Kapisha, an RN from Zambia, was detained last week at Boston Logan Airport. Her union says that she's here legally as her asylum case is pending. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy tonight. It will be muggy with a thunderstorm in parts of the area, low around 69. We'll have clouds that breaks the sun tomorrow. It's going to be a humid day with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, I want to tell all my callers who've been on hold here for a while. It's been a very busy night. Oh, my. I kept going on about those Pittsburgh public schools. So, and then I finally got to this kind of stuff. But, all right. Look who's next. The West Virginia Flash. Craig from West Virginia. What's up, Flash?
How you doing, Bartley?
Here we go. Here we go. Yeah.
You had a call from Butler earlier today, and, here's the thing.
I thought Andy was good tonight.
Well, you got to look at it this way. When Graham Plattner was in office up there in Maine, he called in 3 straight weeks on how Graham Plattner got to step down. And now we have Max Miller, and there has yet to be a single conversation about that with Andy.
Mm.
Now, you two also talked about Abigail Gardner.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to ask you straight out.
I only brought that up because it was a follow-up to what Andy said last week.
I get that. I heard that call. I heard him ask that question. I heard it plain as day.
Mm-hmm.
And your source of information, you told Andy that you asked Colin.
No, I didn't.
Your exact words were, I asked Colin and asked around.
No. I asked Colin after
I just ask Donald Trump or Christy Nome?
I asked Colin after I read it. I read it. It's not like it was some exclusive information.
Listen, Abigail Gardner.
Boy,
had
splitting
no
hairs. You are
intention.
splitting hairs lately.
Abigail Gardner had no intention of calling Dunlap, and I'll call him Dunlap tonight instead of Mudflap. See, my new name is going to be Colin, the thing that keeps a pebble from hitting the windshield of a car behind you.
So you better settle down, Flash. I'll tell you right now, Flash. All right.
He had no intention. She had no intention of Colin hurting himself. This is so ridiculous. It's so childish. It's unbelievable. It's truly childish. Now let's talk about Michigan and the Democratic Party.
All right. Okay. Good. Yeah.
Your last phone call just got me fuming.
Anthony?
And they all call in. Even yourself will say, I'm a JFK Democrat. Well,
yeah, but I'd vote for I'd vote for a socialist before I'd vote for a MAGA person.
Is that mind-boggling? Is that literally mind-boggling? And once again, I still think he's a Russian plant trying to break up the Democratic Party to keep the MAGA in office. He's a plant. He's getting paid by the gulag. I listened to Abdul El Said's interview on CNN, and I did not disagree with a single thing he said.
I was impressed with him, Craig. I have to agree. I was impressed with his victory speech, and him saying, and it was a priority for him to meet with as many Jewish voters as he could, and he doesn't want any distrust. And I was impressed. I was.
And he went on and on and on and made it an effort to say how he would back the Jewish people. He made it an effort.
I know
he would not. He would not get off of that subject. So we got to stop. Painting with such a broad brush just because you hear the word socialist.
Yeah, and the other thing is the Islamophobia, and and he's Muslim, I believe, right? Yeah, and he's a doctor.
He is.
And he said, and the media asked him, they make fun of your name, and the bigots do, and he said, my name. How did he say it? Maybe you remember it better, but he said, my name won't be responsible for drastic inflation. My name won't be responsible for an idiotic war. He's a very bright man. There's no doubt.
Very. And what's the lady up there that he beat? What was her name?
Her name. She was a U.S. congressman.
But when you hear the two talk, it's like listening to
Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens. Yeah. But listen to me. But wait a minute. But wait. Before you go and listen to the two talk, I know I thought he was smooth and very bright. But I got to give it to Haley Stevens, who's been
he sounds like he's from Appalachia,
a congresswoman there in Michigan, on her uniting of the party concession speech. It was very well done, and I But now you're going to get mad at me and call me Bartley again. But I wish the socialists would learn how to, would learn how to have character when they lose to an establishment Democrat, because I
won't argue with you on that. You're right. You're right. I will not argue that point. But let's get back to two things real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about corporate America. Before COVID happened, the Fortune 500 companies were averaging. This is back 10 to 15 years. They averaged $580 billion a year, the Fortune 500 companies. After COVID, they are averaging $1.3 trillion a year, the Fortune 500 companies. The gasoline in Russia went down in price since the Iranian war. It is the American corporations that are squeezing us dry. It truly is. Guaranteed, Trump's policies have a major play in this, but they know they got him behind them, and they are squeezing us dry. So when Anthony talked about socialists being against corporate America, listen, 68% of all bankruptcies are because of medical debt. 68%. Our medical system is broken. I don't give a rat's behind about how good the medical facilities are in Pittsburgh or across this country compared to other countries. 68% of all bankruptcies are from medical debt. Our system is broken. 198 other countries figured out how to do universal health care. So if I got to vote for Abdul El Sayed for universal health care alone, he got my vote.
Let me go back to, because I wanted to get this right. I just looked it up. During his victory speech, and I thought this was, and it was off the cuff. It was ad lib. This guy's really bright.
He's bright. He's sharp.
What kind of doctor is he? I can't remember. I don't know, but
they haven't said. I haven't researched it, but they did not say in the whole interview.
But I believe he's an I believe he's an MD. I think
he is an MD.
Yeah. Okay. So during this victory speech Tuesday night, he pushed back on the political attacks, focusing on his Arabic name. And that's what the bigots do. They make fun of his name. Trump does that. Barack Hussein Obama, they do that. They're bigots. They want to instill fear. Anyway, and he asserted that his identity was not responsible for economic trouble, stating, quote, and I wanted to get this right. This is a direct quote. "My name is not raising your gas prices. My name is not the reason you can't afford your groceries." I thought that was brilliant.
He is brilliant. And I want to leave a lot of the Democrats, these middle-of-the-road Democrats who always say they're a JFK Democrat. Let's look at JFK's body of work. How about the Peace Corps that he created? Americans flying all around the world doing work for other countries on the taxpayer's dime. Boy, that sounds pretty progressive to me. In 1961, Alliance for Progress. Teams of Americans went down to Latin America to build schools, to teach them, build hospitals, medicine, and to provide aid to Latin America. That sounds pretty progressive to me. And one of his most famous comments in his entire 3 years was, "Welfare is a hand up, not a handout." If JFK was in August of 2026, guess what? He's voting for Abdul El Sayed.
All right, now
JFK is a progressive. It's just that simple.
You want to know? You want to know how bright he is? You ready? He's an MD, of course, but he's not. He's a public health doctor. He's an epidemiologist. And rather than practicing clinical physician or treating individual patients, he's an epidemiologist. Okay, he holds a Doctor of Medicine from Columbia.
Yow. And
a doctorate in public health from the University of Oxford. This guy's off the charts.
Here's the reality of the Democratic Party. The word socialist should not have became what it is, just like the word woke should not have became what the word is. You know, a lot of these things that these people are talking about, and I don't agree with them all. I truly don't.
I know, Craig,
Just
but
like
the word socialist became what it was because of, and you don't get mad. No, because of their arrogance within the Democratic Party. They, you know, I'm telling you,
Michael, I don't care about arrogance. I care about results. I care about results.
I care about winning now after what Trump did to this country.
Without a doubt. So to say you're going to vote for MAGA over a socialist.
Yeah, I guess I was surprised. I don't know. But maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Anthony can't stand the social. I get it. I don't know. I get it. But I was.
Listen, I don't agree with Sarah Annamarado's 18-week thing. I don't. But what I do agree with is a person in that office who had the guts to raise taxes when the people before her wouldn't, and she was handed the can that was kicked down the road, and for her to put this on the table for debate when 27 other states already have this, that's what I respect her for. Will the 18 weeks happen? No. But guess what? She had the guts to put it on the table, whether it ends up with 12 or 10 or 8 or whatever the case may be. She had the guts to put it on the table. That's what I want to see.
And before you go, you know what parallel, I don't know your ethnicity, Craig, but you know the parallel.
Serbian.
Oh, are you Serbian?
I'm a Serbian.
You never told me that. Do you know how to make Serbian salad?
You asked me that.
Did I? Did I? Yeah. Oh, you idiot. You don't even know how to make it. Wait, Greg. The Three Brothers restaurant in Milwaukee, I dream about that food, the Serbian salad with that Serbian cheese. Anyway, wait. You know this El Sayed bigotry in terms of his name and in terms of his religion, it somewhat parallels and mirrors what my parents and grandparents said they went through with John F. Kennedy, an Irish Catholic guy. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt.
Damn right it did. Damn right.
Hey, my grandfather, when my grandfather came to this country, he would go up to Weirton Steel at 4 o'clock in the morning, and he had to sit outside until all the so-called Americans got their jobs, and then whatever was left over, he was handed the breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
34 years at Weirton Steel, and he never missed a single day. He was listen. When my father married my mother, he was ran off the farm with my other grandfather with a shotgun. You are not marrying a Serbian. And guess what? They became best friends. They got married and lived happily ever after.
Wow.
But I understand Abdul El Sayed without a doubt.
Incredible. You should be very thankful for your grandfather, my friend. Craig, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I'm going to have some thoughts in this next segment, and then my last two callers are going to be in this order. Ted and then Greg. So you two, you stay on hold right there, all right? And then those are my last two callers because I want to expound a little bit on that JFK business. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
Hey, Bucco fans, join us for a family fun day at the ballpark, Sunday, August 9th, when the Pirates take on the New York Mets at 1:35. Arrive early to enjoy the Family Fun Zone on Federal Street, presented by C&M Play Studio. Then head into the ballpark where all kids 14 and under take home a Pirates puzzle that's fun for the whole family, presented by Clean Express Auto Wash. Be sure to stay after the game for Kids Run the Bases, presented by Chicken of the Sea. Get your tickets at Pirates.com.
Want to live a happier, healthier, pain-free life? Tune to Pittsburgh Works this Saturday morning at 7. Jessica Festa of the Optilux Wellness Center will feature all the services offered, including PRP, regenerative medicine, and massage therapy. Listen and heal this Saturday morning at 7.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Check these savings out from my friends at Coit during Coit's amazing indoor-outdoor sale. Save an incredible 35% off all inside and outdoor Coit cleaning services. Carpets, rugs, upholstery, draperies, air ducts, outdoor furniture, and more. Clean, sanitize, disinfect. Enjoy a Coit Clean home inside and out. Act quickly. Savings only good during August. Call Coit today, 1-800-FOR-COIT, 1-800-FOR-COIT right now.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okie dokie. So, yeah, that was interesting. This, and I was thinking about this the other night because I know, Syed, he gave a really good victory speech, very, very good. And the media followed up with him, all that type of stuff. And again, like I was saying, they asked him, and he pushed back against political attacks focusing on his Arabic name. And he again asserted that his identity was not responsible for the economic struggles we have right now. He said, quote, "My name is not raising your gas prices. My name is not the reason you can't afford your groceries." And he is a medical doctor. He's very sharp. He's a very appealing candidate. He's an epidemiologist. Columbia Medical, Oxford doctorate, epidemiology. He worked as an assistant professor of epidemiology at Oxford. But I was thinking about that when I was talking here a few minutes ago. It's fascinating, isn't it? To think, and I remember my parents going on about this. And I remember that, like my mother, I mean, I was too young, but I was a year old when Kennedy was killed. I remember she told me that, her parents and my dad's parents, because they were all from Ireland, they were on the dining room table crying their eyes out for days when Kennedy was murdered, assassinated. And we had to learn as kids about this business of, because it was such a major victory for an Irish Catholic, won so narrowly against Nixon. And very narrowly. But leading up to it, it was very difficult for Kennedy was the first Catholic president. They hated him because they thought he was because of his religion. And it wasn't until he addressed the religious right Protestants who had all the power, and I forget, it was in the South somewhere, of all these pastors and so forth, and he just walked right into that buzzsaw to address them, because it was just like this El Sayed goes through about his name and his religion. This guy's a physician, he has kids, he's an American. Do you understand? So was John F. Kennedy. But the Irish need not apply. Italians in New York City couldn't worship in the regular with the congregation of a Catholic church. They were forced to worship downstairs. And an Irish Catholic was accused of, John Kennedy was the fear mongering Republicans was that the Catholics would rule him, and they would rule America, the Vatican. It was stupid. It was wrong, but it was bigotry. Don't tell me. And I don't know a ton about this guy. I don't. But his name is Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. And this race in Michigan is going to be fascinating. It really is. It really is. He gets the Democratic nomination the other night. It was tight. It was close. Don't tell me that the MAGA people aren't running around saying this Muslim is trying to get in there so that we will be ruled by Muslims. Don't tell me they're not stupid people aren't saying such bigoted, stupid things. Don't try to convince me. They said it against John Kennedy, JFK. They probably said it with Bobby Kennedy, that the Vatican would rule America. And with this guy, this Democratic socialist, who's an appealing candidate, this is going to be interesting. And Republicans are coming after him like crazy because they know Michigan could be the linchpin. That if Susan Collins goes down, if the Democrats win Ohio, Maine, Ohio, North Carolina, Texas, Iowa, if they pick up 4 but lose Michigan, Republicans stay in control of the Senate. People aren't worried so much about the House because we'll see. But I don't know. If this guy El-Sayed wins Michigan, then that means the Democrats in the Senate, they're going to run the table like you can't believe. It'll be like a revolution. Like a revolution. Because, you know what I mean? So, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? But it's going to be, they're going to instill such fear. And then, of course, the Democrats are going to instill fear, too. I'm not saying Republicans have a monopoly on that. They don't. They're going to say El-Sayed's opposition is Trump-like and MAGA and Trump's candidate and time to Trump. What's fascinating about this campaign season is that Republicans are so fearful, and this president is so unpopular. It's extraordinary to me that Republicans running haven't jumped ship and distanced themselves from this president. That's fascinating, isn't it? It really is, isn't it? I think this hey, don't just look at his name. Look this guy up. He's pretty impressive. You'll see. Believe me, you'll see. All right, back to the phones when I get back after news. Ted and then Greg, and then we're golden. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org. Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss cooking with peppers. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
This is Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Facebook just got a notification from a judge ordering Meta to pay close to $1 billion in fines and penalties for designing Facebook and Instagram with features like endless scrolling, autoplay, notifications. A New Mexico court saying Meta is fueling a youth mental health crisis. A public nuisance, it says. Meta says it has a record of protecting teens and will appeal. Sources tell ABC News that when President Trump backed away from his recent threat to launch a massive attack on Iran, one factor he considered was warnings from advisors that the missile stockpile was dwindling. ABC's Rachel Scott.
According to one estimate, the war has used up 2/3 of America's Patriot missiles and more than half of its long-range missile interceptors. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has repeatedly insisted there's not a problem.
Our stockpiles are great, and they'll only get stronger.
Oil is higher after a missed deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. This is ABC News.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy and muggy tonight with a thunderstorm in spots, low 69. We'll have clouds and some sunshine tomorrow and Saturday. It's going to be humid with a couple of showers and thunderstorms around both days. High temperatures will be in the low to mid 80s. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll get you ready for the weekend. Plus, you'll have a chance to win tickets to join a Gateway Clipper sightseeing cruise. Pretty cool.
Very cool, Big Larry. I love the Gateway Clipper sightseeing cruise. So join Larry tomorrow, 5:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Oh, by the way, right after Larry in the Big K Morning Show, I'm in for Marty tomorrow, 10 to 2. 10 to 2. So any of the stuff that I forgot about tonight, we'll get there tomorrow, 10 to 2. And we'll open up the phone lines, all that type stuff. Yeah, Big Marty's off tomorrow, so it'll be good. Okay, Ted in Mount Washington. Ted, what's up, bro?
What's going on, Michael?
What's going on, buddy?
Man, I was laughing my butt off when you tried to compare JFK to a Democrat socialist. They got him independent, man.
I wasn't comparing them. I'm saying the bigotry about their names and their religions.
Well, at least JFK was actually born in the country.
Oh, and the same thing happened with Barack Obama. Thank you. They went Barack Hussein Obama, and because he was black.
Born in the country, though.
Huh?
But Obama was actually born in the country. Okay?
I know.
So he was not. He's a naturalized American. Same thing with Mamdani.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the problem
they can't run for president, but Mamdani, hold on, Mamdani. Go ahead. All right.
Okay, let me explain this clearly to you.
Go ahead, you little crybaby.
Oh no, I'm gonna look. Let me tell you something. When he lose, I'm gonna laugh my ass off because Mike Rogers is gonna win.
Wait, what? Who is?
Mike Rogers is going to win.
I don't
know. In a landslide.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Here's what the Democratic Party always gets wrong. They assume they're going to get the black vote. You cannot win if you don't get the black vote.
Now listen.
Okay, and you better take a look at the numbers. The problem you have in Spain and New York is that Mamdani is more sympathetic to immigrants than blacks. And you're starting to see that split. Okay? You can look it up. Don't have to ask me. And you look on the website what a Democrat socialist stands for. All right, look on the website.
You don't have to tell me I've been battling. You don't have to tell me I've been battling them for years. Now listen.
All right, I'm just being honest. Anybody can look it up.
Detroit, and the turnout in Detroit will decide this. I'm worried about.
I am telling you, blacks will stay home. They're not socialists,
I hope that's not true.
They're capitalists. Look.
But African American voters as a bloc, they can't stand MAGA and Trump.
See, you don't understand this. See, this is the arrogance of the Democrat Party. Okay? Listen to me very clearly. All right? Get this through your head. Trump got black votes. Okay? Black males.
I know he did. Yeah,
he always got Hispanic males. The Democrat Party, the way it's formed, are very biased when it comes to the male votes, especially white males. Y'all guys are so hard-headed.
Trump got Latino votes too.
Males.
I know males. I know that. I know
males.
That. Yeah, I know.
Democrat Party right now, the way it's constructed, does not appeal to males.
You listen to me. You ready?
Okay.
You listen to me. You ready? You ready?
All right.
You ready?
Yep.
Trump got a decent percentage of young black males and Latinos. Look it up right now, okay? Most of them are sorry they voted for him. No, just give me a minute. Give me a minute. Okay? Ted, the polling is clear about across the board, across ethnicities, across party affiliation. This thing will be decided, and I hope that they don't stay home because of gas prices, because of grocery prices, because of utility prices, and because Trump is seen as and considered as and the most unpopular president in our history, as rewarding billionaires and not people who work their asses off.
But you're not looking at the common thing. What are you going to do for black people? Don't come to us 6 weeks before election, okay? You're not paying attention to what's going on in the black community, all right? Even the socialist who's the county exec, how many minorities got access to county contracts? 0, okay? Blacks are not stupid.
Oh, I never said they were. I never said they were. I know. Go ahead.
Bernie Sanders, when he took his butt to South Carolina, did you see blacks vote for him? Are you going to win that way in the South? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
You can tie that crap up there in Maine, Vermont, where there's not a lot of black folks.
Mm-hmm.
But I guarantee one thing, my man. You hear what's going on in Michigan. You hear even whites saying, hey, I'm a liberal, but I'm not a socialist.
I think you have a good point. I do. I know you have a good point. I think Anthony stated it well, too. Now, listen, here's my question for you. You ready? What can El Sayed do to get out the black vote, to vote the party that they are accustomed to voting for?
Here's one problem I have, and you should be condemning this. If you talk about Stephen Miller, that racist piker who's in your party, okay, who's anti-Semitic as hell and also racist, you didn't say a word tonight about him, did you?
I did.
Okay. Well, if you did, you did, okay? But you should condemn that. That is evil. That is doggone wrong. The guy said we deserve it on 9/11. That's in your party, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right? Hey, look, anybody can look it up. You think that guy is going to be in our party and people going to be comfortable with that crap? You think you're actually going to get votes when you got that crazy nut in your party? I don't think so. Okay, and that's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm glad they have them. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad they have them, and we don't.
Well, you can't make a divide like that. You better condemn it all or don't condemn it all, or stick by it. You can't love a candidate who's being supported by a racist like that. Okay? That guy is not condemning Piker. None of them. Mondani's not condemning him. So you know what? You are who you hang with. So you're comfortable with that party, and you're comfortable where it is, good luck. But I guarantee you're not going to get that black vote.
I'm going back to my original question, and I want you to help me with it. You ready? How does El Sayed covet and solidify support in the black community in Metro Detroit?
Well, one thing, he has to go to them, and what is he going to do? What is the agenda?
And you can't listen, Ted. I mean, listen, Ted. You cannot.
What is the agenda?
You can't paint ethnic groups or racial group with a broad brush either.
Hey, look,
you know he has support in Detroit.
Look, do American Jews have their own interests? Do Irish have their own interests? Guess what? Blacks got their own interests too. In case you haven't heard. And like I said before, we are not your slave, Mike. Okay, I hate to say that to you. We're not your slaves.
Listen.
You don't come to us 2 minutes later talking about we need your vote. When you don't deliver, zero. That's what Mondani's having problems in New York. Okay, because he's hurting the same people who voted for him. They got burnt. Look what's going on in Chicago. You got a black mayor down there.
Did black people vote for Mondani and numbers?
Yeah, vote for him. Got burnt. Look what's going on in New York. Look what's going on in Chicago. You got a black mayor down there who's about to get his head handed to him. And you look at the crowd. Those are black people talking about you're not doing anything for us. You'll give more money to a bunch of immigrants than us. Our communities can't take it no more.
That's interesting.
And guess what's
I
going to happen?
I don't know. All I'm saying is this. A lot of black people call my show, and it's about
I hope they do.
It's about the economy more. It's about the economy, inflation, and everything more than anything else, and the fact that people aren't treated fairly, not necessarily by Democrats, but by the in-party. The Republicans have the White House, the Senate, and the House.
Tell me
and I think black people like everybody else are black people like everybody else are looking for change. They've had it.
Well, not only change, we're looking for an agenda. What is your agenda? Okay, y'all guys ain't got nothing.
Well, listen,
that's the problem.
Don't say me, but Al Sayed has got. I know you're being, speaking pejoratively. I know that. I know what you're saying. But listen, but Al Sayed has got to articulate it, and they have to do it. Listen, I'm telling you, I think black people as a voting bloc will be out in force. I'm telling you, I believe it.
Look, hey, if they do, God bless them. That means I guess black people.
They've had it. They've had it. They've had it with. Listen, if you and what did you say before? Black people aren't stupid. Hello. Of course they're not.
Oh, look.
Number one, wait a minute. The Smithsonian agenda that Trump went in there and tried and is trying to rewrite history with all these caveats as people walk in. This is not necessarily the way to be as it relates to slavery. And all of that, Trump trying to read the MAGA people trying and the Heritage Foundation trying to rewrite history. Black people are aware of that. They're also aware of wait a minute, Ted. The Heritage Foundation and beyond tried to marginalize Black History Month in February, and they did it. Black people, just like everybody else, they have long memories. I hope so. I certainly hope so. And I hope they don't. I hope they don't. I don't want to say split hairs, but I hope they don't delineate. I know the socialist thing is a little more complicated, and now
it is. Look. Here's the thing that is wrong with the Democrat Party. Ron Emanuel's on it. Stop telling people what to do. Okay.
Wait, what?
Stop telling people what to do. Here's what the Democrat Party gets wrong all the time. Okay, I'll take something simple. Plastic bags, right?
Oh, why'd you bring that up? You know that I go on about that.
City Council decided, we're going to ban plastic bags.
You know that I go on about that, Ted. I go on about that. I can't stand it.
Exactly. You talk about
so you know what giant eagle I go to now? The waterfront. Well, I don't have to pay for. I don't care about the 10 cents. It's the principle.
I'm just saying, that's the bureaucrat.
I know. I'm not a-holes. I get. Whoa, okay? Whoa! I get it.
I'm just saying.
I know.
I can't stand when people, especially Democrats, try to tell you what to do. One size fits all.
And you think Republicans don't? You think Republicans don't do that?
At least Republicans will give you a tax cut.
Oh my God!
They'll give you a tax cut.
Oh, okay? That's it.
Look,
that's it.
You got to put money in people's pockets.
Of all the people, look at you.
Well, hey, I'm just saying.
I know. I love you, Ted. I love you. Listen, I'm on 2 to 6. No, 10 to 2 tomorrow. When you call tomorrow, you better have a more positive attitude for me. You hear me?
It's being a realist. Okay. I love to see a Democrat social win in the South, but it's not going to happen. And I know, like I said before, you can't win. You don't get the black vote.
Now, I'm not going to forget you said this tonight, and I'm going to keep going on this.
Oh, I hope I'm wrong.
I know.
But I know, like I said before, blacks are not socialists, man.
And I hope I'm right. I don't know. We have to wait and see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll wait.
But I don't know. I think you're selling black people short in Detroit. I do. I really do.
Hey,
in Metro Detroit, I think. Hey, I do. I really do. We'll see, though.
Look, I would love to be surprised, but I'll be floored if blacks vote for a Democrat socialist. I'll be floored. Look. Right. I think Anthony's spot on. I think he's spot on.
I think you and Anthony. I'm taking on you and Anthony.
I give Anthony a lot of credit.
I do too. Of course, I respect all my callers. I give him a lot of credit. I respect all my callers, especially you and Anthony and Craig and Andy and everyone. But I listen. I think at the end of the day, that's why I asked Anthony. All right, I'll ask you the same thing. If it was between a Democratic socialist named El Sayed or a Trump MAGA person, where would you go?
I gotta go Republican, man.
Wow, that's
because I'm not socialist.
See, now you're
like I said before.
All right.
You look at the website, and that guy Piker. I'm sorry, I can't vote for that.
But I am not. But I'm just telling you, and you have to take it. We're gonna domino this out until November. I think the clear majority of African Americans will not stay home, and they will not allow a MAGA person representing, especially with this president in the White House. But we'll see. Ted, I got to run. Great call.
Okay.
Call me tomorrow. I'll be here 10 to 2. Thanks. Look who's going to be my last caller, like he is on Thursday nights and on Saturdays too. Dick and Dayton. All right, Michael Bartley, KDK.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
The Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Long live the king! Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival just southeast of Pittsburgh is back. August 22nd and 23rd is opening weekend.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers and musicians, comedy, games, fine arts and crafts at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets at pittsburghrenfest.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okie dokie, my last segment here. Yeah, I've been in here since 10 o'clock this morning. I had to MC our station annual awards. It was so fun. It really was. KDKA, The Fan, Whammo, Star, Y108. It was just wonderful people. And we all worked together here. It's a big operation. We do the annual awards and for people, you know, within the company. And 93.7 The Fan, they won the Marconi Award this year. We won it last 2 years ago. It's great. It's just great. It really is. Let me say hi to Dick from Dayton, my last caller. I like when you call at the end. Dick, way to go. You're getting used to that, aren't you?
Yeah, I like to the last. I've been in my apartment here. The phone went out Sunday, and Spectrum came, and they wouldn't do it. So Steve came this morning at 9, and your animals. I'm going to have to put them in the bathroom. They've been, they scratch the cords.
What do you mean? What do you have, cats?
Well, they, go behind there and they break the little cord,
Yeah.
but he told me it's okay. And he had to put a new modem on, but he was telling me that they're going to have to find, what is it, to the direct, because he came back here and they didn't look at it. So I have a phone, I'm
that's
using
good.
myself. So.
Yeah, you sound
we
good.
had bad storms. You know what I mean?
Dick, we had terrible storms here yesterday. We had flooding last night, and it was crazy.
Yeah.
And they said that we're ripe for even more flooding in the next few days. It's going to rain like crazy, I guess, over several days. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I thought I'd give you a little pick me up.
Yeah, I'm so glad. What'd you have for dinner tonight at the place?
Well, my cousin came down. He's making a visit. He had some work down here. We had pizza. I am stuffed.
Oh, you had pizza. What do you like on your pizza?
I have pepperoni, mushrooms, and
Yeah, that was good.
I think olives.
That was very good.
Well, listen, I know you're short of time. I'll talk to you again.
Okay, Dick, listen, I'll be here 10 to 2 tomorrow. Give me a call and say hello.
I will. I promise.
Absolutely. I love Dick. What a nice man. Honest to God. And I love how he ends the show, you know, friendly and nice and good. And we're used to that now, and I love him. If you don't like someone hearing from Dick, there's something wrong with you. Believe me. Yep. Yes. I'll probably bring this up tomorrow. One of the topics I forgot about tonight is Trump going on and blasting people in the Defense Department because of the shortage of ammunition and all that. And then he's threatening to find the people who leaked it to the media that there was a shortage. And maybe I'll go on about that tomorrow a little bit. But that kind of, when I saw that and it was confirmed, and I guess he was screaming at Hegseth and at Camp David over the weekend, all that type of stuff, and some of the other folks in the Defense Department. And I was thinking to myself, the media had it, yeah, but even if the media didn't have it, that's kind of scary, isn't it? What if something happens? I mean, what if something happens and we didn't have enough ammunition, rockets, and all this kind of stuff? I'm just saying that kind of got a little bit scary for me, you know. It really did. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about all sorts of stuff tomorrow. I'm in for Marty from 10 to 2. Don't worry. I'll pick it up where we left off, and I'll take your phone calls. We'll do all kinds of stuff. You know, we'll do it. That's all right. We'll have a lot to talk about, yeah. And again, congratulations to all my coworkers who won awards here today. It was just wonderful. Yes, indeed. And I hope you work with as nice a